Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Um, okay, looks good. All right. So again, thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely, lovely Monday. How was your weekend? We have not started on TikTok with an amber alert, so let's get out of this amber. Let's make it green. Please power tap if you're on TikTok. Thank you very much. Hope you had a great weekend. How is everybody at home? Oh boy. We're gonna have a great time today. We have a number of things to cover. We have a number of things to cover before we get into today's topic, but we'll see how much we can in the time that we have. If you're joining us on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Please like the live and share as well, so we can have folks know that we've started. If you're on Twitter, please retweet or repost all the Oyinbo that they do there. If you're on Facebook, please like and share as well. Thank you very much. I see some people on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for joining us. All right. Lovely, lovely evening. Awesome. So we're good on all our platforms. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So today, like I said, loads and loads of news, because again it's Monday, so we had the whole weekend. So naturally, we have to cover as much of the news as we can. I hope I'm clear. I hope you can hear me clearly. Just want to be sure to know that everything is good, and then we can dive right in. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you. All right. So, let's get into the news. We have a number of things to listen to. Some interesting things happened over the weekend. So, I hear Super Eagles lost over the weekend. Sorry to everybody. And more. DRC that they use voodoo. I find that funny, but I hope we do better in other sporting competitions. All right, so we have a lot of things to cover, but let's start with Let's start with a statement that was made some time ago by Primate Oshite Ayodele. So he made a statement that went, Daniel 28, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So he made a statement. I can't say I agree with everything he said, but it's not about what I agree with or what I don't agree with. It's just about the news, and we can discuss it later. So he made a statement, and it has caused a lot of noise on social media. 1 second, please, guys. All right, caused a lot of ruckus. I'd like us to listen to it and to other things. We're going to be listening to a number of things today. We're going to have a great time, and then we'll get to today's topic: how Nigeria's post-republic ended, part 8. We did part 7 on Friday, but we used the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Today we're going to maybe touch on that book for a bit, but go back to the main text that we've been using since the beginning of this session, or the series, which is Shehu Shagari's Beckoned to Serve. So we're going to get to that much later, but let's start with Primate Elijah Ayodele and how what he said has been perceived by people in different parts, to be honest, in a particular part of Nigeria. All right, please take a listen.
Tired of this world called Nigeria. Igbos, they are tired of this world called Nigeria. Hausa is not the problem, but the Igbos. Any Igbo can go against it. You can lambast me, you can insult me, it's not my business. It gives me courage, it gives me more glory and blessing. Your insult. Igbo, they are the problems of this country. They are desperate of power. They want to rule Nigeria at all costs. And I've not seen them ruling Nigeria, even in coming dispensation. Let them bring, when 10 trillion will come out. Igbos, they are betrayer of themselves. People cannot control Nigeria. Let's be realistic. Let's be honest with ourselves. But they don't understand. Instead of them to seek wisdom, they are flexing muscle. And that is not the answer. That's what Tinubu does not even know. Obasanjo, who is advocating for them. They are the one who spoil it. All these Obasanjo, Yakubu Gowon, who are they? Many of them. So Obasanjo wants to make an amendment now, when it's too late. Tell the Baba to go and sleep. We can't make any amendments. Igbo, there is an error at the beginning. A course is on you. If you don't reverse that course, Igbo, you can't be president of anything in Nigeria. Note and underline: wisdom, understanding, knowledge. That Igbos.
So like I said, I can't say I agree with everything he said, but based on that statement, a lot of people have come out to condemn the stuff, saying that in a particular ethnic group is cursed and all of that. But regardless of all the attacks or the responses to what he has said, he had a rejoinder. All right, so I'd like you to listen to what he said afterwards, and then I'll play some things. So like I said, you know what, let's just listen to him explain what maybe we don't understand, and then I'll play some other videos. Take a listen to this. Can't find it. I saw it just now. Give me a second, please. This is actually weird because I opened it just now, but I can't for the life of me can't find. Oh, fantastic. All right, finally found it. I'm going to play you what he said, and then I'll read some of the things he put out here. All right, so please take a listen to this. This is again Primate Elijah Ayodele.
That reminds me of something that is going on in the internet. They misquote me. They said, "Oh, I am not hate of any ethnicity, either Hausa or Igbo. The only thing is obey. Hey, he hates Igbo. We are killing him. We take him to shrine. We will report him to America. You will report me to London. Who is afraid of who? I'm not afraid of anybody. The point is, obey. Do this to reverse certain things. My point is, this is my view about it. This is what the Lord said. I don't understand any other thing more than that. It's up to you now to twist it to your taste and use it to fight. That's your business. But the word is obey. What is the message? Obey. So Igbos, I am not against anybody. I have said what the Lord said. It's up to you to now interpret it to your own. Use it to do anything you want. If you like, obey. If you like, don't obey. So for you to move forward, you must obey. For you to succeed, you must obey. Obedience is the answer to success of any human in life. The thing might be difficult. Look at the end. That's it. Let's stop the propagandas. I have said what the Lord told me. It's not up to you to listen or not to listen. It's for you to interpret it to your taste. My interpretation is different from your own interpretation. Everybody with his own view. That's your personal opinion. I can say move. You can give it different interpretation. I appreciate your embarrassment. I appreciate everything you have said. Thank you very much. But the word is go and obey the message. Stop bullying. You too, obey the message. What is the message says? No find faults in the message. Don't fight fault in the word. Appreciate God. For anything that God have told you, obey. Appreciate God. Time last year, 2022, thereabout, I spoke boldly, courageously that don't vote for APC. If you vote for APC, this is what will happen. Did heaven fall? No. They didn't ask for the solution. Are we not experiencing it?
Oh, yes, sir.
We are experiencing it. God can tell you that, see, what you are looking for, this is the step to take. Don't take it otherwise. Don't take it otherwise. The more you are giving it your own interpretation, the more difficult you will be finding it.
Anyway, so that was Parameter Adele, and apparently he's trying to explain what he was saying when he said that he cannot become president because there's a curse, and according to him, what they're supposed to be doing right now is looking for ways to. But I'm just going to read some of the things he wrote here on this page, and then from there we'll listen to other things. It says, I have observed that my message about a curse affecting the chances of the Igbos for their presidential ambition has been grossly misunderstood and misinterpreted in some quarters. It's been perceived as my hatred for the tribe and my support for the current administration. It is important for me to clarify that there has never been a time when my messages or prophecies express my hatred for any tribe for whatever reason. I love everyone regardless of their tribe, and this is why my church has a mixture of several tribes and ethnic groups, because we don't segregate. We treat everyone respectfully regardless of what they represent. My statement about the Igbo curse is more of a solution towards getting the presidency than what is being perceived to be. I issue warnings to people most of the time, and these warnings, if well followed, will definitely provide solutions to whatever problems it was issued for. I am not against Igbo presidency, and this is why I share the secret of cleansing the tribe of the curse that has been blocking their progress regarding presidency. What should come after that are questions on how to take off the curse in preparation for the 2027 presidential election. but the wrong steps are being taken. God has sent him to deliver this message. He has also provided a solution for them to get a chance at the presidency. It is left for them to either follow or reject it. Interesting. I mean, I've heard some people talk about the curse. I heard one a while back, talked about, Tafa Balewa cursing the ethnic group and said they'll never become president and things like that. We've heard all of those things. But I think what we should have done would have been to speak to the issue rather than turn it into a Yoruba stuff and say, oh, Yoruba people don't like Igbos. Because there's some videos I'm going to play right now. You're going to listen to some things now. These things happened a while back, and folks for some reason didn't see any problem with this rhetoric, and I like to just listen to a few of them. They're quite just snippets here and there to see how untribalistic certain folks can be. Take a listen to this, please.
But go over various parts of Nigeria and see the houses of people who were given £20. They were able to do business. They bank on the bread God has given them, and they were able to beat Northerners. They beat Northerners hands down. They beat Westerners hands down.
Yes.
That is grace God has given an average Igbo man.
Yes.
Greatness, blessing,
Lie down.
am I communicating here?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
They know the worth and the value of average Igbo. One Igbo man is equivalent to 500 Hausa man.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's why they made unsubstantiated politics. Had it been that Buhari is intelligent, he wouldn't have arrested him now they come.
Yes.
Yeah. He would have been passive.
Yes.
Over the issue. But because he is an outer man.
He's a Malone.
Without brain.
Yes.
Aha.
Now the other thing they talk so.
Yes, sir.
I not say me why poison now. I not say me no still poison. Wait this old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot. How which sort of your minister to whom I just put small slow poison. The man take and join this condition. By now, if we not even see primary, but the woman see they prepare better food for the man. When the man take it strong, they contest. Two of them they sleep the same bed. Nothing don't take this woman one day. You still oppress him nose. Una the young thing they talk so. But if the woman touch her, you go say, run, straight to France. France, you want die, so go take treatment. Women have the power to help this country. I wish all these wicked politicians, God can just touch their wife.
Yes, sir.
All these evil politicians that are looting our money. Just one night, may God just minister to them. Say, my daughter. How much is poison? You go say 150. You say put it on your husband food. They'll just drop her for their husband food. For throughout that month, you go see clearance. clearance. Late governor, former governor, ex-governor, former president, governor, all of them. Don't just sleep. Sleep.
I think that people should be consistent. There are many more videos, but it's all over the place. Maybe I'll add those videos when we put this stuff out. I think people should be consistent. Like, if something is not right, it's not right, regardless of who is doing it. If a person has given a prophecy and he has a solution, maybe you should tell them the solution. But when you have like a number, like a slew of so-called ministers who are always cursing the country or saying they're better than everybody, the videos are many, but I don't want to bore you with the videos here. But when we put out the video tomorrow, when we put out this video tomorrow, I'm going to add them there. When you have this kind of thing in Nigeria, where you have this minister from a particular region always saying things and nobody seems to see any problem with what they're doing, it becomes hypocrisy when you then begin to speak up when folks are talking about your ethnicity. You can't say that one person is better than 500 Hausa men. One Igbo man is better than 500 Hausa men. But when you hear something else, those people are bigots. Or you hear this clown, for instance, who calls himself a pastor, talking about people poisoning their husbands. If they catch this one now, they will say it's because of ethnicity. These are the kind of things that people say that you begin to wonder if they were either called, or people when they were called, wisdom did not come with a package. I don't even know if you can call these people men of God. You know what? Let's be a few more of them, okay? Just a couple more, the short ones, and then we'll move on to other things. Take a listen to this one.
They should vote P2B. They thought P2B is my brother. That is why. We'll never start. Wallahi, dollar now is 1,005 baht. We will go to 2,005. We will know. I'm not a boaster, I will tell you the truth. We will know between these three tribes who is the strongest. Check people, they kill how many million people. They still survive, spread all over the globe. They still build houses all over the globe. Show me one Yoruba man that built a house in Onitsha. No, you see, they talk truth, they pay. They believe to be one Nigeria. You think you are frustrating the Easterners? No, na lie. Wallahi, the spirit where God give them another see. You see now where dollar they cost. Now Odogu then they make money. No, honestly, there is one thing about the Easterners I can't explain. In the time of difficulty, they know how to stand and make way.
That is true, sir.
I will tell you the truth. I'm not saying because I'm from the East. Believe me. They take advantage of everything. So if you are not from the East, carry my spirits. Listen to me.
I hear you, Papa.
If you think dollar will come down, very soon, even said you'll be stealing your dollar.
Now, regardless of where a person is from, no sane person should be talking like this about the country that he professes to want to experience greatness, right? When your patriotism is based on the candidate of your choice, you're not really a patriot, you're just a joker. So if something is happening that's not too cool, and then suddenly you begin to talk about how you don't mind Nigeria going to the dogs because it's going to get worse for everybody, and this is not prophetic. This is just a person clowning and insulting everybody, talking about one group is better than every other group. We're yet to see how that is. One more, I promise, just this one more, and then we'll go to other matters. I want to talk about what happened in terms of food prices recently, but take a listen to, sincerely, at this point we need to begin to ask ourselves, Christians, we all are these pastors? Maybe they are, maybe they just didn't get their calling right. But take a listen to this person, also calls herself a pastor.
And you go to the market, it's only the ones that will be doing business. They will continue to do business. The people that voted people because of tribe, where are they today? All of them are crying. The Igbos are not crying. Go to the airport now, you see Igbos coming to America. There is nothing you can do because Igbos understand one thing. They understand the game of money. If you watch, I don't care how much you inflict money, Igbos understand the game. Somebody said to me yesterday, you're too confident. I don't know what is making you. I said, well, I'm confident about what? It's every time I speak to you, talk about money as though your father owns the industry of money. I said, not my father, and we get them. It's not owned by my father, it's owned by me. There was a game that my daughters played, and he said, I believe we know how to multitask. It's not a million.
Personally, I think everybody should be measured, regardless of their ethnicity. I just don't think, you should speak up if it's someone says something that you don't like regardless of who is speaking or who is talking trash. You should be able to speak up and correct them and tell them that this is not how Homo sapiens, behave in public. We're going to stop on that. But the guy mentioned something about how bad things are going to get, especially because his own ethnic group will be better than all other ethnic groups. The good part is recently there's news that there's crash of prices of food items in the market. Dr. Badu says it's a defense mechanism. To be honest, I think it's a coping mechanism. So you have people who are going through the worst whatever, and then they need to find a way to encourage themselves, which is good, which makes sense. Only that they do it at the expense of others, or they try to put people down in order to make themselves feel good. Such group can never come up, no matter how much they have. In their mind, it will always be, the poverty of the mind will never really, depart, which is not good. And I hope that things change and get better for every group in Nigeria. All right, I was going to talk about the whole thing about rice. I think I want to play you a video. This thing about how folks were talking about. I don't know if if you remember this time last year, was it? Where we're saying, oh, this is the minimum wage, and this is the amount of the cost of a bag of rice, and people are using that to judge. Well, the good thing is that bags of rice are now cheaper. I think a bag is about 50,000 naira now. Right, but I want to play a video. Okay, two videos, right? One with the market women and why we're where we are based on what the president said when things got very, very difficult last year, and it was bad. Right, everything just went up. Everything skyrocketed. But he had something to say at the time, and I think it's what we're seeing, and that's the result we're seeing right now. Let's listen to a group of traders first, and then we'll listen to the president. Take a listen, guys.
3,500. Mo fi short orí báàgì kankan orí 200 bag.
Ẹ̀mí tẹ́lẹ̀ mi ti short. Ó lè kó ẹlòmíì sí gbá nílé tí ò ní rájà kan.
Dédé ìwòyí ní last year, a ti ń ta rice yẹn ní 90,000. Bẹ̀tì ní ọdún yìí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, ó wà ní 56,000, 55,000. A dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run wípé ọjà àwọn oúnjẹ ó já wálẹ̀. Bẹ̀tì ó affect wa. Àwọn ọjà kan wà tá a ti ní lọ́wọ́. Àwọn ọjà yẹn shortage bá ọjà lọ́wọ́ wa. Tó jẹ́ pé bí tọ̀dọ̀ mi báyìí, 3,500 mo fi short orí báàgì kankan orí 200 bag tí mo ní. Àwọn ọjà mi tá ń tà fún àwọn customer báyìí inú wo dùn sí o, but an option because a fẹ́ kí gbogbo kan kó wálẹ̀ náà ni, but àṣàdúrà ká short.
Owó ta fi ra báàgì mẹ́ta tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ṣe wípé lórí mẹ́ta péré náà láti jèrè. Àrówó yẹn ra mẹ́fà ní ìsìn, àrówó yẹn ra méje, ó ṣe wípé a ti mọ̀ pé lórí méje yẹn náà láti jèrè. Ní láti àyẹn ara bí irú àwọn sóyà yìí ara 150 ẹ̀ ìbọn lọ́dún pẹ̀lú àánú Ọlọ́run a mọ̀ sí 70,000 65 rà. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sóun náà ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tàgbàdo wa a dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run torí irú àgbàdo white yẹn ní láti ata 1,002 ata 1,003 ní ìsìn níbi tágbàdé dúró ojú ẹ̀rùn wa gan ní ìsìn àti 800 nígbà tá à ń ta àwọn ọdún yìí tá à ń ta àwọn ní 600 550 mọ́ra àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀mí tẹ́lẹ̀ mi ti short. Ó lè kó ẹlòmíì sí gbá nílé tí ò ní rájà kan pẹ̀lú short tó ti wálẹ̀. Bó ṣe wálẹ̀ yẹn náà ó dáa. Because ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò tẹ́lẹ̀ tí kìíní yẹn wá sílẹ̀ at least wọ́n tó ń rajà yẹn fún 1,000 naira o lè tó bá ṣe wálẹ̀ o lè ra mẹ́ta ní 1,000 naira which means èrè yẹn máa pọ̀ bọ̀ kó tó di kó dìgbà yẹn àwọn kan tó ti bàjẹ́ nǹkan ní ìwà ẹ̀kọ́ sẹ́nìkan tó kówó sílé báńkì lónìí everybody ń gbà báńkì òdẹ̀fẹ́ gbọ́ pọ́jà wálé ọ̀dọ̀ wálé àwọn akówó sí wọn.
Kéèyàn rajà tuntun pamọ́ nígbà ẹgbẹ́ ayé ọ̀yọ́ lórí ìlú àwà yìí. Tá a bá sọ wípé ó ṣe wálẹ̀, tá a bá sọ pé ó gbàdúkẹ́ ní wá lára, àwọn èèyàn ò rí wa bí kàní. Torí pé àkókò tó wálẹ̀ yìí àkókò tó jẹ́ pé kọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ owó jẹ́ ọlọ́jà lòun. Ìwàsókè ọjà kò pé wa torí pé kó lọlẹ̀ tí táìsì wọlẹ̀ náà láti lè rí géèlì lórí ọjà.
Kẹ́sìkẹ́ aláṣẹ ti wálẹ̀ iṣu wálẹ̀ èlùbọ̀ wálẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀wọ̀n tó ṣẹ́ta fi fọ́tọ́ gán wálẹ̀ gbogbo ọ̀kan ló ti wálẹ̀ báyìí àmọ́ àbí àná àgbà ni pé kó wọ́n wà níta torí ọjà wálẹ̀ kò sówó ta kọ́lọ́ máa pèsè fáwọn tí bá wà ọ̀rajà ni.
nísìnyí kò sáà tó túbọ̀ kan tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ọdún ló ti ń bọ̀ pé ó yẹ kí ó stable sí price bá permanent gbogbo nǹkan everybody máa wà okay. ọjà ò tí ì ṣe.
All right, so apparently, in case you don't understand Yoruba, what they're saying is that the prices of things in the market have crashed, things are cheaper, and they're hoping it stays, like this for a long time. Anyway, the reason I wanted to play what the president said is that the president last year it was being urged by certain people to fix the price and to intervene in the market, in the dynamics of the market. But he said something I feel is very instructive. Take a listen to this, please.
Price control, because it's like people are just doing what they like. I don't believe in it. Sorry, but I do also consider price control, because it's like people are just doing what they like. I don't believe in it. Sorry, Babajide, I don't believe in price control. I don't. What can we do, sir, to bring down? We just continue to supply the market. We work hard to supply the market. But there are middlemen who are making life unbearable for them. Well, they will. You see, it's a question of supply and demand. It will come to a stage where you cannot hold no more. It will come to a stage. The economic variables will work against you. Now, let's take.
So clearly, the president was right, and we can see the results in the market today. Anyway, moving on, still on the president, at the ongoing conference of all Nigeria judges of Superior Courts of Record, the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had this to say. Please take a listen to him.
On behalf of the government and the good people of our country, our deepest gratitude and abiding respect. The theme of this year's conference, building a confident judiciary, could not be more fitting. Confidence is the lifeblood of justice. A judgment may be grounded in law and delivered with clarity, but unless the public perceives it to be fair, impartial, and untainted, its moral authority is diminished. The confidence of the people is therefore not an abstract aspiration. It is a living measure of the judiciary's legitimacy and the true currency of justice. We must acknowledge with candor that public perception of the judicial process has not always been favorable. Citizens have expressed frustration at delays, concerns about integrity, and anxiety over access to justice. These perceptions, whether wholly justified or not, cannot be ignored. They call upon us to reflect, to reform, and to restore. For ultimately, justice does not exist for the bench or the bar. It exists for the people. Their faith in judicial process is the foundation of our national stability. In this regard, I wish to reaffirm with the clarity and conviction the unwavering commitment of my administration to support the judiciary in fulfilling its constitutional mandate. The judiciary does not exist in isolation. It functions within a larger democratic framework which all three arms of government must work in synergy with the mutual respect and shared responsibility to the Nigerian people. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary must remain united by purpose, even when separated by function.
All right. So that was the president at the conference for the judges of superior courts in Nigeria. Okay, so something happened over the weekend. But before we get into that, that has to do with Islam, and I think it's a very important thing to speak on. But the PDP dissolved party structures in Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers State. I'm going to read from the cable, and then we'll move to that news because it's a very, very important thing to talk about. All right. PDP dissolves party structures in Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers. Starts from the cable. Seyi Makinde, the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced the dissolution of its structures in Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers States. Seyi Makinde, Governor of Oyo, moved the motion for the dissolution at the PDP National Convention in Ibadan, the state capital, to validate the executives elected through congresses conducted across the country. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. This thing is not doing too well. Let's power tap. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. If you're on Facebook, please like and share. Thank you very much. If you're on Twitter, please retweet and also like. Thank you. So guys, if you're on TikTok, we really need to get this up like now. Thank you. All right. So it says here, Makinde said despite the process, the party has now resolved. Go back a bit. Makinde said congresses held between 2024 and 2025 produced officers at the ward, LG, state and zonal levels, including national ex-officio members. He said the exercises were peaceful and largely compliant with the Electoral Act 2022, the PDP Constitution, and the party's internal rules. He added that the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee had already endorsed the congresses and the officials elected. In the case of Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers, the convention hereby dissolves all party structures at the ward, local government, and state levels, he said. Well, and by the way, they also decided to expel certain members of the party, including the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, His Excellency Ayofayoshe, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Honorable Umar Bature, Adeyemi Ajibade San, Mohammed Abdurrahman, Senator Mawa Ohuambunwa, Honorable Austin Wachuku, Ebramama, George Turner, and Chief Don Obi. So apparently, the FCT Minister and the former governor of Ekiti State have now been expelled from the party. But that's not the end of it, because SSA to the FCT Minister, Larry Olayenka, put out a message earlier saying that they are going to have a conference in Abuja. PDP is having a conference in Abuja, which is quite interesting, considering all of the Ulabalu or Balablu. So I wish them the best. We don't know what's happening now, but we'll know what happens, whenever they let us know. He says, invitation to emergency 103rd National Executive Committee meeting. It will be on Tuesday, that's tomorrow, at Wadata Plaza and all of that. So we'll see. We'll let you know whatever we discover much later. All right, to this Islamic news. So, I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of things happened over the weekend. A particular gentleman was invited to speak at a conference organized by Muslims, of course, and a number of people, including Muslims, were against that particular person speaking in Nigeria. And I think someone got angry with the whole thing. His name is Dr. Idima on X. He says, it is the audacity of some illiterate, self-emboldened and bigoted Nigerian Christians for me that you are who? You want to decide for us who we invite to come and discuss or teach our religion, our own religion, who appointed you over us, What your fathers have failed to do is what you think you can try. Do we care who you invite to come and speak about your religion? You think you have that power over us, not in this life, not in any life to come. To you, your religion, and to us, our religion. Stay within your limits. You want to define us for us. You choose who is a moderate Muslim and who is not. You should all get out and go to hell. To be honest, that's nonsense, because I don't think people are really against. I mean, you can't determine if you're not a part, even if you're part of a religion and you're not part of the leadership, you can't determine who they bring in to speak at the conference. You can maybe share your thoughts and all of that, but you can't even go against it as it were, because you're not at the level where you're making that decision. People are not talking about the right of an organization to invite whoever they like. It's just that the particular person that was invited apparently has like an antecedent. It doesn't look very good, especially in a situation where Nigeria at the moment, we're having to deal with so many things, right? There's a part of Christian genocide, a part saying, are Christians being killed, or are they killing Muslims? We're trying to get off, settle that. You then bring in somebody who is considered to be an extremist to the point where he is not allowed to enter certain countries. But Nigeria becomes the place where it's so easy for anybody to come in, because nobody must talk, because if they speak, they're speaking against your religion. Sincerely, at this point, some people need to really calm down. Some people need to calm down. And the way we handle religion in Nigeria, especially in the north, the way the north handles Islam, it's funny sometimes. You're wondering, is this exactly what it is, or what you were taught it is? I'll read some things. The person's name is Sheikh Asim. I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly. I think it's Hashim Al-Hakim. He has been denied entry to or banned from Canada and the United Kingdom. He was refused entry to Canada in May 2025 due to his history of spreading anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and conspiracy theories, following advocacy from Jewish groups and politicians. He was also banned from speaking at universities in the UK in 2012 due to his extremist views. But is it that bad? Maybe it's not, or maybe people are just making it up, right? But I want you to listen to some of the things that he has said, and perhaps you might see the reason why folks are against him speaking in Nigeria, and look beyond whether they are, because there are Muslims also against this person speaking here. And this happened in Unilag, by the way. He was supposed to speak in Unilag. Muslims in Unilag kicked against it, so they had to have the conference at Oriental Hotel yesterday. We have to go to a point in this country where you can have a conversation. You can have conversations, right? And you understand the fact that perhaps this person speaking might be speaking based on what will benefit you. It's not even or what will benefit the collective, because the person you are bringing in will only benefit the extremists. And when things happen, you'll be the first to say it's the extremists that are doing it, it's not all of us. Well, the person you are bringing may be speaking in a way that only the extremists are what's the word now, cater to. Anyway, take a listen to what the Imam said some time ago. Take a listen, please. And I'll play you what someone from the Middle East also said about people like this. Take a listen to the Sheikh.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they refuse, then tell them Allah obliged upon you to pay taxation. In return, when enemy comes and attack your country, you don't fight. We Muslims protect you. Subhanallah, for this little money? Yes. And you enjoy sitting in your homes and in your country and live your life normally. But the ruling is for Sharia. So you do not open nightclubs, you do not fornicate. If they refuse, then we have to fight. And if we fight you, then we capture you, you become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take where, because you refuse. I give you two good options in the coming 40, 50 years when the Muslims become strong as they're supposed to be.
When they become stronger, they're supposed to be. To be honest, as a Yoruba person, this is totally against my understanding of how religion works, right? And I don't care if people say in our own part religion is higher than ethnicity. That's your business. In Yoruba land, ethnicity is superior. What that means basically is that we're a we're a multi-religious society. We've always been this way. and we found that we have a way to make things work. So when you have a person saying things like, you know, once the Muslims get to a particular number, they can do this, they can do that, then you begin to wonder why that kind of person is being invited. But it's beyond Islam. There's something going on right now that is called Islamism or political Islam. And if you're a Muslim, you should know, so that you don't also get carried away by folks who want to say, oh, we are all Muslims, that's why you must support it. Sometimes some of those things are just rhetorics that are used to get you to do the things that even you didn't believe in, but now because they have used Islam, you're going to have to say, okay, maybe we are all together. Well, this is a Muslim from the Middle East. I think it's from Middle East, speaking on people like this who have gone out into the world and what the Western countries particularly should be doing, rather than open the doors to them, what they should be doing, right, to ensure that extremism doesn't spread to their parts of the world. But again, I hope we learn from this. Take a listen to this gentleman, please.
After the recent ban of Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan, I have a message to Western countries that still hosts the Brotherhood leaders and members. It's a message from those who know. The Muslim Brotherhood is not just a political movement. It is the ideological mother of some of the deadliest terrorist groups in the modern world. Since its founding, the Brotherhood has been crystal clear about its mission. Not reform, but domination. Not coexistence, but conquest. Throughout its history, violence has followed. In 1948, Brotherhood members assassinated Egyptian Prime Minister Mahmoud al-Nuqrashi. In 1979, their Syrian branch massacred 83 military cadets in the Aleppo Artillery School, targeted simply for belonging to the Alawite minority. In 1982, their uprising in Hama, Syria, triggered a battle that left tens of thousands dead. And in the 90s, Brotherhood ideologies inspired Al-Qaeda and other jihadi groups that carried out attacks across the Middle East and beyond. Yet, despite this bloody history, many Western countries still host Brotherhood leaders, treating them as moderates, allowing them to spread their ideology under the cover of religious freedom. This is a mistake, a deadly mistake. Europe, America, and the free world must understand the Muslim Brotherhood does not respect democracy. They use it until they are strong enough to replace it. Extremists do not come offering peace. They come offering destruction, first for their declared enemies, and then for the societies that gave them shelter. If you do not heed the warnings from Egypt, Jordan, Israel, and others who have seen the true face of the Brotherhood, you could be next. God forbid. History has already written the warning. Now the question is, will you listen? Extremism thrives when good people stay silent.
There's a video that I really love people to listen to. I'm going to find a way. I'll love you to listen to this. Especially if you're, regardless of your ethnicity. I think even if you're a Christian, you should also know those things so that you also don't, join the bandwagon of those who say, oh, everybody from this religion is this. Because everybody says this. You have heard somebody say something, everybody does this thing. It's not exactly like that. It's not as simple like that. So it's important for all of us to understand that, yes, there are people who are pushing a particular narrative, but it doesn't change the fact that there's a balance that we've had in Yoruba. Now, we're going to listen to some people who talk about that balance later. I want to play something about Islam versus Islamism from Washington Institute. This is a Muslim speaking. If you don't agree, you can take a phone, get the phone number and call them and tell them that you have a different Quran. But that's okay. Please take a listen to this man who is speaking on Islamist or Islamic. Take a listen, please.
What is the difference between Islamic and Islamist? These two words sound very similar, but there are big differences between them. Islamist is the name for a dystopian ideology, which is Islamic is an adjective for Muslims. The threat we face is from Islamists and not from Muslims. So when we talk about radicals or a radical ideology, the right term to use is not Islamic, but Islamist. The difference is huge. There's over 1.5 billion Muslims in the world. Targeting all of them as a threat will not. The analogy I have in mind is the relationship between communism and the working class, which I think is very similar to the relationship between Islamists and Muslims. During the Cold War, communism as an ideology tried to derive legitimacy from, stand for, and recruit from among the working class. We did not let that happen. We targeted communism, but not the working class. Now, Islamism tries to derive legitimacy from, stand for, and recruit from among Muslims. We should not confuse the two. We should target Islamism, the ideology, the communism of the period, and not the working class or the Muslim population. Confusing the two would be a huge disaster. Imagine what would have happened in the Cold War if we had targeted all working class people as communists. We would have lost the Cold War. That's the trap we have to avoid today, not target all Muslims as Islamists. The difference is small in words, but huge in consequences. Please visit the website of the Washington Institute, where you can find analysis by myself and by my colleagues on Islamism and the Middle East.
So here's the crazy thing, right? Those who may not even, maybe they know, maybe they don't, I don't know. Maybe they don't know so much about the fact that some people are using the religion to push a certain narrative, tend to go up in arms against you when you're trying to even delineate. It's not different from Igbo and IPOB, right? And the more you, any Igbo, for me at this point, once I notice that this Igbo, and most of them are like, many Igbos are like that, not let me not say most, but many people are like that. Once you mention IPOB, they get angry, they are IPOB members. It's the same thing with Muslims. Once you mention Islamism or radical Islamism or radical Islam or extremist views and all of that, and they get angry, maybe they prefer to be part of that group. But that does not mean that that's the ideology for all Muslims. Because it's so bad now that even folks in the Middle East are pushing these guys out. I want to play you something from the UAE foreign minister. He had this to say to Europeans in 2017. And I hope we can also learn from that. Take a listen, please.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
Personally, I think if people are, speaking up, those who actually practice the religion and who understand the political angle that this thing has, if they're speaking up and you're not listening, your inability to learn is your fault. It's not because you're not sharing information. And so we have to be very careful to know where to draw the line. It's one thing to fight religions, it's another thing to actually fight extremist elements in whatever, whether religion or group or ethnicity or whatever it is. Especially as Yoruba people, we don't have that luxury, right? Our families are mixed, and that is who we are, right? Until, of course, they maybe convert, and if they convert, that's good. But because we are so mixed, we don't have the luxury of, demonizing everybody or saying, no, I'm better than this one. If you want to preach, me personally, I want everybody to be Christians. But it's not I don't have a right to tell a person that, oh, this thing, kinikon. That's not even how to convert people if you have to do it. Mostly sometimes it has to do with prayers and spiritual stuff rather than just, being in people's faces. Anyway, I have two videos from Muslim leaders in Yoruba land who spoke on things similar to this. Not exactly the conference, but just to understand the uniqueness that, the unique position that we're in as Yoruba people. Take a listen to this. Okay, Yoruba officer Matumoy. I'm going to explain. I'm going to try to interpret later, but it's going to be speaking Yoruba, by the way. So they're actually two, and both of them are speaking Yoruba, but I'll explain what they're saying. Take a listen to this first Imam.
ibi ẹ ti ń kíjìmọ̀ yìí mọ kọ́ra ládùúgbò yìí ibi ẹ ti ń kíjìmọ̀ yìí ni mọ kọ́ra ládùúgbò yìí ọdún tí ó tẹ̀lé táǹpà afẹ́ dá skúlẹ̀ pásítọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó wà ń bí lọ́ta bí fún mi pásítọ̀ òun ló ní sọ́ọ̀sì ń bí òun ló ní àkọ́yẹ́ kí sùkúù yín jẹ́ lẹ́yìn sí sùkúù yín sí àyè kí n ta fún yín ẹ̀yin àfa lè ké ẹ̀rí gbé mímì rẹ̀ bá jáde tá a dúró tá a sọ̀rọ̀ ní n ṣe pásítọ̀ rẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ mí náà ń ṣe mọ́mú yá yìí ìjà kan ò sé kí ni njẹ́ mo ṣe ìyàwó ọmọ mi lọ́lé ọkọ òun náà múra wọ́n gbé báyìí ọwọ́ ọkùnrin rẹ̀ àjọjò kó lè ní gbogbo àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ náà dádì wọ́n ń pè mí èmi rẹ̀ oníjà kankan láti jọ́ ohun tó fi doni gbogbo àwọn kírísítẹ́nì àdúgbò yìí kò sí tèmi wọ́n ń jà nù abẹ́ gbórí ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń bẹ́ bí gbórí àfi tẹ́ bá tó tí wọ́n tó ní ẹ wá páàkì mọ́tò yín sí àyín gbẹ̀yìn tẹ̀ ń wá jímọ̀ tẹ̀ ń wá ọ̀hún ẹ páàkì síbi ṣé Daaru Naim lẹ́wà ẹ páàkì síbi ṣé Daaru Naim lẹ́wà ẹ páàkì síbi bílẹ̀ Yorùbá sì ti rí nu àbí mo gbọ́dọ̀ ni bọ́ ọba tó ẹbí yẹn dáadáa kírísítẹ́nì kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ bá sàwádà wá láti lọrin ẹbí wo lẹ́tùlẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí tí bá gbọ́n abàdé àbúrò ìyá rẹ̀ oníjẹ́ kírísítẹ́ tí wọ́n sì ń ṣẹbí ìjà wo kẹ́kẹ́ àwọn ń jà bójú.
ẹ dàlú àdẹ̀ní jẹ́ kẹ́ dáràn yẹn pẹ́yẹ́rin kalẹ̀ sínú ìlú yìí lórúkọ ẹ̀sìn Islam ẹ̀sìn àlàáfíà ni gbogbo ọ̀nà ló fi jẹ́sìn àlàáfíà gbogbo ọ̀nà ló fi jẹ́sìn àlàáfíà àlàáfíà ó ní kó wú ọmọ ènìyàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ ènìyàn ní kó fi bá a relate kó tó kan ẹ̀sìn kó tó kan ìran.
Here's the thing. Islam is not new in Yoruba land. Islam has been here for centuries. I did a session sometime last year when I talked about Odu Imole. And I saw a lot of people just getting angry because, of course, they don't know what they're talking about. Islam has been here for hundreds of years. There's something that we have to be very careful of. You see, last week we were talking about Christian genocide and stuff, and I was thinking about it and I felt, let me just say it. If you want to know if what is happening is Christian genocide, or if you want to know if what they are trying to explain to us right now is the real Islam, the only one question you have to ask yourself: Usman Dan Fodio's jihad, was it religious or ethnic? Don't answer, just think about it. Usman Dan Fodio's jihad, was it religious or ethnic? Whatever you want to, whatever your answer is, when you get your answer, please let me know. We can talk about it. The truth is that folks are going to make you look as if you don't know what you have been doing for centuries. They are the ones who came with this brand new idea of Islam that nobody has ever heard before, and you must accept that one because it's purer. That's exactly what Usman Dan Fodio told the Hausas. It was purer. It was a purer version of Islam. But was it? Was it religion that Alimi and his son Abubakar, was it religion they were doing in Ilorin? That's politics. That's strategy. That's strategy. And being Yoruba doesn't mean, because you are Muslim doesn't stop you from being Yoruba. Also, this goes to the other group who are always saying that I can't say, and please, Erora. Ẹja máa rọra Yorùbá àwọn kan wọ́n ń ṣe ẹ̀sìn Arab wọ́n ń ṣe kíní kan kí n tiẹ̀ especially when you have people like this who are still saying that, listen, we are Yoruba. I mean, I have a number of videos of people like this, and I grew up in such environments, right? There are Muslims. I grew up with Muslims in my parents' house around, like. Nobody gba Christian, Ileya, Major Jack, nobody gba Christmas. Everybody will have a feast together. It's the Yoruba way. It's not new. whatever it is that people are seeing right now, say, oh, these Yoruba people there's nothing new in this thing. This is not even, it didn't start last year or 10 years ago, 100 years ago. We've been like this. Whatever Nigeria is going through right now, we also went through it. We have seen extremists in Yoruba land. We have fought on top of religious matters in Yoruba land, whether traditionalists, Muslims, Christians. It has happened before. When we get to talking about the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land, we're going to get into some of those things. We have seen different violent reactions from different groups in Yoruba land, and that's why I don't like all this saying this one is better, that one is better. We've read history. Everybody has what they've done, but we've also evolved to the point where we're able to create a system that works. When a person that wants to upset that balance, everybody within that system must speak up against that outsider, even if the outsider is Yoruba to everybody. Because Onkolumako say Islam láàrin wa. I've said this story before. There was a time when I was a lot younger, the mosque in our neighborhood where I grew up, Ustaz came to speak. And then when he got there, started saying some things. I was the one my father sent to go and call the imam. This was many years ago. It was maybe about 30 years ago. I had to go and call the imam. Go to my dad's place. My dad said to me, hey, that was the last day that man spoke in that conference. That was the last day. Because there is a balance. It doesn't mean that my dad, they've taken me to the mosque before, one of our tenants. It's the Yoruba way. Of course, I'm a Christian, and I know who I believe and is able to keep me. But I'm able to respect another person's religion as well. Now, for those people who are the normal Yoruba Muslims, they have to also speak up when people are trying to bring in extremists in the name of, there's a new idea. There's nothing new under the sun. Whatever this new thing is not called. And when people speak, and I see things in the comment section, I know what you are saying. What you are saying, you are making the mistake that I hope we don't make. And I see it a lot on social media, where Yoruba people now start having this thing of Islam is this, Islam is that, everybody does this. I'm like, let me tell you something. This whole extreme thing, I know when it started. There's a particular period in our history. It was in schools. The Wahhabism thing was there. Then people were able to get into schools, introduce stuff to young people, secondary school and high institutions. One guy with a messy, start changing things. I had a roommate when I was in Ife. Fine boy, Shokotoni Kanle. I was told that he was a fine boy before. Or to before they on me. But sharing part 1, part 2 lele. Shokoto Kanle, not very tight. Like I don't know if there's already ladder one bear ladder. If that's your religion, that's okay. At least extremism is more like a personal thing. But the point I'm trying to make is that whenever people like this who speak on, what Islam has to do when it becomes, the major, when it has, what's the word now, controlling power or become a controlling force in that region, how they are going to have to do their political Islam, we have to be wary. And after that, sorrow and saying, you're in the comment section, let come in sorrow, don't call Takia. I know Takia when I hear. Takia. And we have to be very careful also that we don't take one thing that we have learned and apply it to every Muslim. It's also dangerous. Guys, we have to learn to be moderate. I don't know why this thing is difficult. Like, we have to... Are you saying that you don't know any Muslim that is level-headed? I know a lot of them. But are there people who are also going to the extreme? Yes. And let me tell you something. This is what I've noticed. Some of the people that were maybe in school and got involved in some of these things, got disillusioned, turned around and begin to curse Islam out. And I see a lot of them. I can't preach that you should become a Muslim. I'm a Christian, and I know it's the path, that I found, and it's It's a part that I can literally I can break it down to the barest kikiki. Like, this is it. But there's something that we have in Yoruba land. We have mutual respect. Even if I don't want your path or I don't want to have anything to do with that, I still have to respect you. That's what we are losing, and that's what we must protect. Someone says recently, one Alpha in the world was addressing his congregation to teach kids how to shoot guns and swim. We must now speak against that kind of Alpha. The mistake that we do is this: the Alpha is doing something totally wrong, extreme. Who will now come under extreme? Everybody in that place is like that. To the point where the moderate ones, the Yoruba Omoluabi ones, have now been pushed to the other side because they feel like they don't count because they are Muslims. Yoruba Islam le Yoruba. And I said I was going to interpret. So the first video I played, the man said, in case you don't understand Yoruba, that the mosque that he built, that he bought the land from a pastor, and the school they built beside it, he purchased the land from that same pastor. And when his own daughter was getting married, the pastor was there carrying his Bible, and they celebrated together. And that they have never had any reason to fight. They're always having conversations. Even after praying, they will talk, in the streets. That if his people are trying to get to the mosque to pray, they even tell them where to park. Right? That those churches and around them help them and tell them how to park. And he said, this is because this is Yoruba land. He said it. He said, this is how we do it in Yoruba land. There's no family that doesn't have a mix. And our own culture, and I've said it several times, is something I learned from my mentor, that it's not even about tolerance. Yorubas don't do religious tolerance. We've done it before. We've done the violent reactions before. Everyone. Ishachi has done it to Christians, they've done it to Muslims. Muslims have done it. Christians have been very funny, although for the most part, I don't know what say. Everybody has, gone through that. We now got to the point of tolerance. We now evolved to respect. What we do in Yoruba land is to respect the other person. And it's not about Christian Islam. Even between Ogun and Shango, it's not the same deity. The process, everything is different. People assume that Yoruba land has one religion. There are many deities. And Boshen Bo, you have to Boshen Bo, that's Boshen Bo Shango, that's Boshen Bo Ogun. So we have to keep this, right, as Yoruba people, regardless of what's happening. I know that when people say that religion comes first to them, good luck to them. We see what that has produced for them, and good luck to them. But for us, we're Yoruba, and that's our identity. Every other thing is secondary. All right. Having said that, 2 more videos and then we'll move on to today's topic. Now, people sent me these videos over the weekend. One, I think, is actually, I don't even know if both of them are not, lunatics, but let's play the one that calls himself the president. Republic of Biafra. He's talking about Lagos State. Just play 2 videos around people to sue me. I don't know how there's always a new madman in town. Take a listen to this, please.
The people we know as Zion, and he has been God. Now we have stopped America from bringing Nigeria elections. Therefore, you have won in Jesus' name. So whatever the situation is at the moment now, we are in the selling crew. Can you say amen? Now the selling crews, why? The power they have been using against us, we have taken it from them. Now look at what they are doing our people in Lagos. They are burning our property, our business, saying that we will vote in Lagos. The Lagos now belongs to Yoruba, and no more Igbo. But when Sir Louis and the Nebo was building Lagos in the 1940s and the 1950s, where were the Yoruba? When Sir Louis and the Nebo built the Lagos Seaport, the Papa Seaport, and Tinker Island, Sir Louis and the Nebo built it. Where were the Yoruba? When Sir Louis and the Nebo bought the Nigerian Stock Exchange in in Lagos, where were the Yorubas? When Salute was going to build Nigeria Central Bank, where were the Yorubas? In 1956, when the Queen of England came to Nigeria in Lagos, who provided a limousine to carry her? Salute and Megoju. Igbos built Lagos with our commerce, our trade, and our industry. It was only in 1970, after the end of the war, that Obasanjo would seize Lagos and give it to the Yorubas. And even though the company they took from us, Yorubas didn't manage it. They spent all of them in party and everything. Now, if the Igbo man had built himself again, they are now burning our properties in Lagos. But under the power of Zion, May 30th, they are going to reverse it in Jesus' name. I know what I'm telling you. I'm there with them 24 hours a day. America says yes, man, to them. And I see the Zion. And I will go now. Can you say amen? And now we're not. Is that even? I want. So, this is where we are today, brothers and sisters. You have done well. Eat them there on our Jesus. Natch. We never say Natch, now Jesus. If you want to bring a now Jesus. Have you missed? This is offend the Bukaya ladies, now Jesus. So we have one in Jesus' name. We are telling.
You know, a lot of people sent me this video. I didn't watch it at all. This is the first time I'm hearing what he's saying. That's why my mouth was open. What? I mean, this is news to me that Louis Odumegojuku built Lagos, built the central bank, built the stock exchange, built the Apapa port. I mean, practically built the palace, built the road that we're walking on, built the sky, built the river, the lagoon, the ocean. Louis Odumegojuku built everywhere. Where were the Yoruba? You two Yoruba, but where were you when this his version of Louis Odumegojuku at Morocco, when the man was building all these things? Where were you? If you think that was bad, this one, I heard the first 30 seconds and I was like, you know what, I don't have time. We'll listen to it together, because I was actually very busy. I had the headset on, so I couldn't remove it to listen to everything. But 30 seconds, I feel we should listen to everything together. So this one, the first bit I heard, I know this one is madness. This is madness. And to be honest, Buhari was right. Buhari was right. If you have any plans to start psychiatric hospitals, please consider the Southeast. With all due respect to the good people of the Southeast, I really think you need the services of psychiatrists. I mean, in parts of the Southeast. This one says Odumegojuku built Apapa, built Central Bank, built. Boy, talking about that psychiatric thing I heard. This one, I think, is even worse. Take a listen, please. This one will tell you the story of your father. Just take a listen.
It's nose in Igbo. In Yoruba is Imu. Imi is nose in Igbo. In Yoruba is Imu. Ire is tongue in Igbo. In Yoruba is Ale. What is Gini in Igbo? In Yoruba is Kini. Okute is stone in Igbo. In Yoruba is Okuta. Ewu in Igbo is gold. In Yoruba is Ewure. I can go on and on and on to tell you that what Yoruba is speaking today is corrupted Igbo. Yoruba man is the biggest challenge of an Igbo man, not even an Hausa man. They are the biggest rivalry the Igbo man has. Why is this so? So the prince committed that he was chased out from the Oba's palace. He never took over from that Oba. So he migrated and found himself to the present location known as Ile Ife today, Ulo Ife. Ulo, if ile is ulo, that is house where something took place and happened. Now, with the Dahomey women that he fought with, he married so many of the Dahomey women, which corrupted the language of Igbo. Today, in Yoruba language, ono is mouth, eno in Igbo is ono. Eti is ear in Yoruba, in Igbo is nte. Imi is nose in Igbo, in Yoruba is imu. Ire is tongue in Igbo, in Yoruba is ale. What is gini in Igbo, in Yoruba is kini. Okute is stone in Igbo, in Yoruba is okuta. Ewu in Igbo is gold, in Yoruba is ewure. I can go on and on and on to tell you that what Yoruba is speaking today is corrupted Igbo. Corrupted Igbo. I speak Yoruba fluently. I can tell you to clap your hands. Ekwatewo in Yoruba. Ekwatewo, ekwatewo. Kwanaka. Clap your hands. Say me. We say people will say omi, which is water. We say me from my own tongue. Me. This one will say omi, which is water. So you can see that Igbo man spreads across the entire globe. So that was what happened. At the point of moving out, the so-called Oduduwa, he was given a mark. Igbo man, the week in Igbo cosmology is 8 days, not 7. We have Nkwanta, Nkuku, Ekenta, Ekuku, Orienta, Oriuku, Afonta, Fuku, making 8. He was given a mark, Nkwo, Eke, Orie, Afo. Nkwo, Eke, Orie. That's the original Yoruba mark. To be able to identify him wherever you see him, never to have something to do with him. I want to believe that is the anger of the Yoruba man against Igbo today. We have gone deep down to investigate why the Yoruba man is too much angry about we, the present ones here. I get what I'm saying. Now that was what happened. Now his cap, as I'm wearing my red cap, this original Igbo identified red cap. That kingship in the entire Nigeria, we are the only Igbos are the only kings that have their caps standing erect. Don't think that Yoruba man wearing that cap is wearing. You think it's fashion. It's not fashion. Because for the fact that that prince committed that crime, his cap was fallen. It's not a fashion. But today, people think it's fashion. Most of their obas, you see them, their cap is not standing. But the Igbos, you see the kings, you see their cap standing. That was what happened. And look at the mark. We have one single mark identifying us. Or 2 at worst. That is Igbo mark. That is to know who we are. So whether the Yoruba man, the Oni of Ife have said it that they are Igbos. That's the truth. You can't take it away from him. So that's why we're being hated. We didn't ask them to commit the sacrilege they committed at the time they committed it. We didn't ask the Yorubas to commit it. They said the Oba or the Oduduwa fell from heaven to be able to cut you off from the real history. But we're living with you today.
So that you don't investigate his origin.
So they don't investigate his origin. How can somebody fall from heaven? Then ask them, what is the meaning of Oduduwa? What is the meaning in Yoruba? It has no meaning. But in Igbo, it has meaning Oduduwa. Because in a prince like you, come on, do the come do the punga, do mweze, do nefe, lepe mweze, and what do do. Come on, do the punga, also. Do mweze, do wa. And don't you go, you will do mweze, okay, okay, fair. Hey, Chineke, people. Hi, do wa. Hi. Then I call it do wa. It has no meaning. If we talk about Orameni, all those type of things they're talking about, Oduduwa.
I'm a Christian, but wallahi, ó yẹ kán sọ àwọn ilé, ó yẹ kán sọ wọ́n mọ́ irin ni. Wallahi talai, they should find rope and tie these ones. These are mad people. You know when Nnamdi Kanu says mad people everywhere, he's right. He's right. These are mad people everywhere. Where do I begin? Let's start with the cap. That cap is from Turkey. The red cap that he's talking about is from Turkey. The winter cap, the other one, that's from the British. Jesus is Lord. So the reason we are bending our cap is because of somebody did sacrilege. Your father's people are the ones committing sacrilege. What kind of rubbish is this? These people are mad. This one is mad. Because Omi sounds like me. There's something called the Niger-Congo family of languages, right? There's Niger-Congo. We are all in the same. So Edo. Family of languages. How does that mean that Yoruba language is the distorted version of Igbo? Which Igbo? Which one? This is madness, and at this point, I think we should really take things seriously. Like it's an epidemic, and it's not the kids. And this clown of a man talks about Dua. It did not fall from heaven. The idea of Oduduwa descending from heaven is a myth of origin. It's not the history of how he got to the earth. But you would not know because you have nothing like that where you come from. The latest ideation or iteration of the myth is actually a recent invention that talked about, is it Arianu Wamaka or whatever the woman's name, husband and wife descending from heaven together. That's the Igbo myth. That's why when Igbo say that Oduduwa fell from heaven, I'm like, don't you know you're insulting your own ancestors? Because Oduduwa was the man that came from, let's even say he came from heaven. Okay. In your own case, both the husband and the wife fell from heaven. What's this madness? Why do you feel the need to always attach yourself? And I've said this several times, in case you were not here, the Igbo who are from Ife are not the Igbos of the Southeast. That's literally the reason I spell Igbo as IBO. It's not because I disrespect. I do that intentionally because it's like something is wrong with some people. Are there Igbo from Yoruba land? Yes. Do they have anything to do with people in the Southeast? No. The Igbo are also called the Ugbo. They still have their compound in Ife. I am from Ife. See, I get very, I don't even know, I'm even calm today. Normally I would have, I get, what's the word now? I just get nauseated when I hear these clowns talk nonsense. There is a place in Ife that is Ile-Igbo. The Igbo are also Ugbo. And they are Yoruba people. But they're not Igbos. And even the Igbos, even if they spell their name as IGBO, they still don't pronounce it like Igbo. They never use the word Gbo. They don't use B. One is aggressive, and that's not what theirs is. They call it, and I've said this, if you read the book by G.T. Baston, Among the Igbos of Nigeria, he said, and he's correct, that the closest way to actually spell the word as it is pronounced is IBWO, is Igbo. And I studied Igbo in secondary school, and I've said several times, I had an A, I had A1 in Igbo. I'm not a native Igbo speaker, but it's a flex, right? It was Junior Waeksha, that was in the 90s, but it's a flex. It's Igbo, right? The thing about it is the language, the people, they are not pronounced B, they are not Igbo. They are Igbos from Ife. The Igbo are also the Ugbo. Like I always say, in Yoruba land, we have different dialects. Central Yoruba land, we use U. Northern, we use I. Ule will be Ile, Ushu will be Ishu, Ugbo will be Igbo. It's the same thing. And many of them, apart from those who are still in the compound in Ife, many moved to a place called Ugbo today in Ilaje area. They are Ilaje people now. They're in Ondo State. They have nothing to do with people from the southeast. So all this thing about the president says something, the Oni says something, whatever the Oni says can only apply. If we are discussing Yoruba, it can only, and by the way, kings are not necessarily historians. Kings are not chroniclers, they're not historians. And whatever Igbo Baba may be referring to has to be the Igbos of Ilaje. It cannot be folks of, we don't have anything in common. The only thing that probably will bring us close will be the Benis. And the relationship between you and Bini is not, you are not even peers. Ife and Benin are not peers, his father is like man and grandchild, but his family. You and Benin, you are not even family, it's different, and I don't want to mention it. The relationship between Benin and Igbo is not even family. Yoruba and Benin, at least the palace, the relationship between Yoruba, particularly our source Ife, and Benin is family. Especially we were talking about the palace and some of the chiefs and some of the families in Benin. We are family. The relationship between Benin and Igbo is not even family. It's not good. I don't want to mention what it is. So if we ever had any connection, it will be through Benin, because they are the ones between, and we don't share borders with these people now. You know, somebody said something, I said, do you know what is nyon? What is nyon in English language? You know, I have an elderly man who did linguistics in the 1960s. I mean, he finished uni in the 1960s. He used to say something about how all languages in the world connect. By the time you listen to people like that, you know these ones don't know what they're talking about. What is nyon? Is yon? Does that mean we are connected? Because I say nyon, he say nyon. Therefore, there's something that connects us. It doesn't. Are we part of the same language? I mean, linguistic tree? Yes. And the dispersion was probably have happened. I mean, whatever the differentiations would have happened maybe thousands of years ago. I'm your brother as much as I'm the brother of a Zulu man in South Africa. I might even claim that one because I think he has a better understanding of how life works. Nigeria is Nigeria man carry by on your long. Baba, God bless you. Everybody says Baba. Almost all languages have either Baba or Papa to be father, including the English language that has father, and Mama to be mother. So apparently, I mean, all of us are from the same language now. But if you break it down, yes, we are the Niger-Congo, you know, language family, but that doesn't mean that, oh, somehow we are and by the way, what is this thing? You must be very, very small to always constantly attach yourself to other groups. And it's not just Yoruba. We're just the latest. By the way, it's also a sign that you are higher if you're Yoruba. So don't get too angry. You are higher. It's only the higher group that they attach. It's like a parasite. Is the one that has something of worth is the one they attach themselves to. And it's not just us. I'll play a few videos. Just listen to, I don't know if you can call this funny. I mean, it's funny. I could laugh. But sincerely, I think it calls for concern. There is mental problem. real mental problems, in some parts of Nigeria. And you hear it from people. You can hear it when, the uneducated are speaking, and those who are educated as well, they sound exactly the same, just like the clown who just finished speaking. They were from Israel, they have something to do with Egypt. They're from all over the place. Yoruba is the recent one, but let's listen to a few of their origin stories. Take a listen to this one about America. It's a very fantastic thing, it's very deep. Take a listen.
Body. The name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today, and that will take us back. You ask anybody, the name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today, and that will take us back. You ask anybody. Before they go to that place where Israel is dwelling today, the tribe of God has a place for them, their children and their people. They didn't get to the Israel with the people. They fight and get to the place. Now, that will take me to another place, because we keep telling why we say this is that when they wrote Bible, we are not there. But when you see that from Genesis to Malachi, it's our history and it's our tradition.
I want to make sure that I understand you. Yeah. You said that place, Israel. When you say Israel, what area you're talking about? Where is this Israel?
Israel is now where people are living now as Israel now. But the original Israel is here. I told you, go and do your research. Since the creation of the world, yes, this place you are living has never been destroyed. When you read the Bible very well, when you find out...
Wait. You go here plenty. So we have America now, we have Israel, and someone says go and verify exactly, go and do your research. Anyway, let's keep listening to so that you see when they attach themselves to any small group, now only so. Take a listen to another one, please.
The woman named called Bo, who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah, Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name is Bo. The woman named called Bo, who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah, Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name is Bo. The woman named called Bo, who gave...
Whoever put that soundtrack there, Jesus, my brain won't blow. Whoever put that in there, may God forgive that person. I think they make me laugh. Be that. So it might be Bo. You might become Europa. One more time, because you have to let the history sink in. You guys must learn history today. We all must learn a lesson. Take a listen again, please.
Woman named called Bo, who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah, Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name is Bo. The woman named called Bo.
You never finish, so I won't give you somebody. This one is educated. They speak very, very good English. You go here and that. So you don't hear Israel. You don't hear America. Emerigonka. I have to learn very well. Emerigonka. Now you are hearing Europa. There's another one. This one is deep. This one is speaking English. Take a listen to, the man. This guy is definitely lost, by the way. But I mean, who are we? Take a listen.
Yes, the whole in the book series, as we go along the several volumes of the book, you will see that the 360 pharaohs, we call them in Igbo, Feroha. your worship of the people. We are all Igbos. They were the people who built the pyramids. They were the people who invented writing. They were the people who invented the battery circuits. I show it in the book. I actually show typical battery circuits which were invented then. I actually show the aeroplane with perfect tetrahedral structure, which has been tested by companies like Lockheed Martin. The models, they have been put in a wind tunnel and they fly. So that means even today's technology, even with the today's technology, the engineers have not even achieved this level of perfection as we speak. So the Igbos really were the kings of ancient Israel. They were the pharaohs. They were the people we know as Carthaginians, and then some of them are known as Phoenicians. So we are actually rewriting the fundamentals of the history. And
are we learning the fundamentals of the history? Okay, has it finished? No, just a couple more. So now we have Egypt. They are the ones, they are the pharaohs. Okay. When somebody say, are they lost? I'll answer that question later. But more just listen to one or two more. Totally confused group. Take a listen to this.
Not a New Yam festival. It is to mark the killing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Emmanuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where? At Ugwekwe Marugo. Ekwe Oma Aru Ogo, the skull shrine of the abomination of the district. But the mistransliteration led to Ekwe Marugo. But Ekwe, skull, Oma, temple, Aru Ogo, the skull shrine of the abomination of the district. So to mark that crucifixion, the leaders from time immemorial, who were the people who led his crucifixion, right here, mark it and remember it in an annual celebration to mark this sorrow of the crucifixion of the person Owerri called Manuelu. Manuelu is somebody that came from above, which you call in English Emmanuel. Now, what had happened here was that at about the time Christ was born, right here in Owerri, and he was called Manuel, the leaders, his own people, did not trust what he was saying, that he was the Son of God. Well, they said, well, we know you walk with your father. The father was called Onyo Jesu Joseph. And they had a shop on this Ekonwa Street here. You call it Ekonwa Street, but the correct thing is Eke Ono Wa Osisi. Eke Ono Wa Osisi. The marketplace, the Eke marketplace where he split wood, because he had a shop at the junction of Ekonwa and Ihenacho Street. That whole area is called Orubunjamanze. That's what it's called. Orubunjamanze, that is not correctly called, is the...
Hey, we must learn the lesson. Emmanuel, what did they call the man? What did they call the man? I need to hear that one. I won't remember.
Of our Lord Jesus Christ, Emmanuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where? At Ugwekwe Marugo. Ekwe Oma Aru Ogo, the skull shrine of the abomination. But the mistransliteration led to Ekwe Marugo. But
oh, so Emmanuel is Ekwe Marugo. And now became Emmanuel. Wow. What a wonderful historian clown. Wow. You want one more? One more. Just one more. One more. One more.
I need to go now, so Jesus is in Nigeria.
Yeah, Jesus is a Nigerian.
So which part of Nigeria?
From Igbo. I'm from Igbo.
Which part of Igbo?
Imo State.
Imo State.
Imo State. It's a Mbocho Ozaram Bochimbise.
Oh, okay.
Imo State.
So it's good to hear Jesus is from Nigeria.
Jesus is from Nigeria.
And Jesus is coming back through you.
Yes.
You are Virgin Mary.
I was the Virgin Mary.
You are the, Jesus.
And the mother of Jesus. Jesus, God is from Nigeria. Well, and the mother of Jesus. And the mother of Jesus, God have made me to know that I'm the mother of Jesus. This revelation have been coming to me since 2015. I've gotten several revelations about it.
Jesus is from Nigeria.
Well, Jesus was born through me over 2,000
Oh, through you?
Through me, yes. He's the Virgin Mary. I was the Virgin Mary.
You were the Virgin Mary?
Yes, according to the revelation I'm getting, he made me to know that I was the Virgin Mary.
Oh.
And Jesus is coming through me again in this earth. This time. Jesus is going to reincarnate.
Through you?
Through me, by the great mercy of God and the will of God. That's what God has given me to do.
Oh, okay.
And he will come here and be born here. And the way
Sincerely, I feel pity for this lady. I mean, she's a lady. Maybe that's why. The other ones have been giving us boldness of Emery Gonka. I feel bad for her. I think she needs help, like serious help. Serious help. Because at this point, how many places have we been today? We've been to America, we've been to Europe, we visited Egypt, Ẹkáàbọ. We also went to Israel, and we've seen that these are people from different parts of the world. But so when you hear that now they are now from Ife. Oh yes, thank you, Lola. We also hear from Ife. So we've heard Israel, Egypt, America, Europe, and Ile-Ife. If you notice, they don't attach themselves to any small group. It has to be higher than them, which is true, to be honest. Civilization, history, everything. It's the fact. That much I can confirm. But here's the issue. This may look cool to folks. Oh, the one in Japan, I'll find that one. I will find that Japan. I'll find it. Folks, maybe you guys don't see it as anything serious, but sincerely, this is madness. There's some of you in the comment section typing rubbish. This is madness. But I'm going to play that Japan stuff. I'll find it now. Play you something from an honest priest. A while back, but I think it's important to listen to it. This is the reality. Well, partly. There's another one. Maybe we'll get to that. Who knows? There's something folks are running away from, and what they're running away from is their real history. Let me just play something to you from one of the priests from the East. Take a listen, please.
In the 17th century, I've told this story many times, because here that we don't have a historical approach to our problems. In the late 17th century, the Jukun put pressure on the Igalas on the northern border and pushed the Igala southwards. And the Ata of Igala, the ruler of Igala, was a very powerful man, and he moved southwards. And when the Ata of Igala moved southward, he conquered most of northern Igbo land, from Mbaneki Igbo Nsukka now, right down to Asaba. And the Ata of Igala used religion as an instrument of colonization. It was religious colonialism. He introduced his priests, Ata Malileden Igbo Nsukka Igara, until about 50 years ago. No bundi gara na batama, mo bundi gara na biechi hatama. Malile don saka uno bondonna. Go and research. Malile shin saka non in saka shigara. Most of them, except Enyang Ezechitoka Biama, no kukechi Ezechi Abiama. Enyang Ezechitoka na nagoya no tobo, o kukena nagoya ni mulo. Go and research. You are fathers. Mandos all lady Arabia, Odo by an evil cult. Or Mabe Akatakpa. Okay, all those ones. We are parts of the 9 royal masquerades of the attire that he used to enforce discipline and collect taxes. And the police is now doing the work that. What are they still doing here? Present attire of Igara, the present attires are Christians. Attire like the Burundu Bay like the Anando Chufunanya attire Igara and the Bay Bundocha. The colonial masters and the Christian missionaries redeemed us from the slavery of the attire of Igara and his men. But up till now, the royal masquerades that he used to terrorize us are still in Ansoka.
That is true. Parts of Igbo land were colonized by Igala. And the thing is this, it gets worse, by the way, but I'm not going to talk about it today, at least not yet, until, of course, I see people in the comment section. You might make me say it, but you can't make me say anything. I will say it if I think it's necessary, because your stupidity, I've noticed it, but thank you very much for being here. What they said about being conquered, that's true, but it gets worse. It gets worse. Here's the issue, right? The history is not so cool, but it is what it is. I think we should just be happy with the history rather than, running around the place trying to change it. And one of the people who are trying to change history is this man, who, like his brothers who have been to Europa and Amerigonka, he has a different idea. I think he's fantastic, by the way, but take a listen, you might like it. You just might. Take a listen, please.
I shut my mouth. Japanese government said they are interested, I have to come. Because the first time I told the people that the Igbo people gave back to Japan, they said I am crazy. I shut my mouth. Later, Japanese government said they are interested, I have to come. Because when I got there, I am going to show them why the Japanese answer names like Oguejofo, Ngozeka. Yes. If you go to Kanagawa in Japan, you see that the Igbo people gave birth to Japan. When I told them that the Igbo people gave birth to the Harappan and the Dravidian civilization of India, people said I am crazy. But when I pointed Igbo things in India, in Hindu, in Sanskrit, everybody shut up. I asked them, why was the Ibuku rock pot a zoom from Ibuku bearing Sanskrit writings on the body? Because the Igbo people introduced Sanskrit. But the problem is this: you have been made to believe, not know. You get my point? Someone belittled your heritage and told you that your history started from slavery, not knowing that your ancestors has been here for more than 1.6 million years. You get my point? Now, there are things I will begin to ask you now. You sound so gibberish. If you say that Abraham or Adam and Eve are the first man on earth, right? How old is your Bible story? Approximately 6,000 years, right? Yeah. There is a pyramid in Indonesia, 27,000 years. Where was Adam when that pyramid was? Still here. There is a pyramid in Giza, more than 6,000 years. Where was Adam? The Nsude pyramid, how many thousand years if they carbon date it? Right? The Ibuku rock pot, the Okigwe evidence, the Legend Soka evidence, Legend Soka, where we've been smelting iron as at 4,000 BC, before Common Era, BCE. So where was Adam when all these things?
The truth is, it's just a bunch of jokers that don't know what they're talking about. And there's an elder, from time to time, we might just have one person like in the grossest of darkness. That's not the word to use. When everything is pitch black, no matter how dark it gets, right? Sometimes you just find this flicker of light. And I found one, and I thought I should share with you. Just 30 seconds. It's a flicker of light in this darkness of lies. Here's an elder who was asked a simple question: where are Igbos from? And he had this fantastic answer to provide. Take a listen to this, please.
Well, in your own word and in one statement, where do the Igbos come from? I know there are many ideas. Yes. Where would you say they come from?
I don't know. where they come from.
Okay, you don't know where they come from.
But there are many speculations, many fairy tales. If you fancy any of them, I'll start reading them out to you. But I think we are trying to be scientific, realistic, rather than romantic and...
Okay, thank you very much, OON. You can get me. I have here...
That man just told the truth. He doesn't know. And that's more honorable. If you don't know, then you begin to, look for the real answers. But if they're from all over the place, one is from here, the other is from here. By the way, you can choose wherever you want to come from. Wherever you want to attach yourself to attach. But please stop this Yoruba farming. And all this started because of the bold clown who put out a video talking about how Yoruba words sound like Igbo words, and then in his corrupted, I don't even, let me not insult the clown, because again, clown is the highest I usually go when I want to talk to people, because I'm not going to say the same way. In case he hears it and I feel so bad, he may want to end it. Anyway, take a listen to it. In case you're not here in the beginning, take a listen, please.
In Yoruba is Imi, is nose in Igbo. In Yoruba is Imu. Ire is tongue in Igbo. In Yoruba is Ale. What is Gini in Igbo? In Yoruba is Kini. Okute is stone in Igbo. In Yoruba is Okuta. Ewu in Igbo is goat. In Yoruba is Ewure. I can go on and on and on to tell you that what Yoruba is speaking today is corrupted Igbo.
I can't listen to more than that right now, because it's just stupidity. Yoruba is speaking corrupted Igbo. They developed everywhere. Oduduwa has some. How can Oduduwa have something to do with you? 1,000 years ago, he was building city-states. As well. People should be proud of where they're from, wherever you're from. I found something. I don't think it's time to talk about it. I bought a number of books to even understand what the problem is, and to be honest, the most sensible people who have spoken on it have said the same thing like that elderly person whose video I played earlier, when he said, "I don't know." It's a lot better that way. We'll leave matter for matters, but make it very clear, they are Igbos who are Yoruba. The Igbo or Ugbo are Yoruba people. They are in Ife. They're also in a place called Ondo State. They are Ilaje people today. There's a Ilaje subgroup of Yoruba people. Just like you have Ijesha and you have Ijebu, and they're all Yoruba. You also have Ilaje and they're Yoruba. And of those Ilaje, you have the Mai and you have the Igbo or Ugbo. They are different from the Igbos of the southeast. Igbos are not Yoruba. We don't speak the same language. By the way, if you're looking for a language that's actually very close to Yoruba, it's Igala. It's Igala. If an Igala person is speaking, you will know what they are saying. Of course, at the surface level. Case in point, when it greets Olane, Ane is Ale. Even the title of the king, Oloja, Onoja. Oloja is one of the titles of king in Yoruba. Ebipami, Epo, they talk about, or we have things, but even they, although the language is Yoruboid, they see that respect. Let alone somebody who is now, say, Atamo, I call Omi, you call Miri, I call water, you call Tawa. You are now looking for a way to mix everything. I beg, go and sit down. Go and sit down. Everybody will be all right, but this is getting out of hand. And my last statement on this thing is this: government in the southeast really needs to do something about psychiatry. They get very, very serious. A lot of people are running mad. They wear suits, speak English. This one's talking about the fact that he's wearing a cap and the cap is standing. That Yoruba people bend their cap because of a sacrilege. Sacrilege how? The cap he's wearing that he's talking, that cap is not even from their place. It's from Turkey. The other one is from the British. There's winter cap, the one for the Warren Chiefs, and then there's this one, that turkey one that is red. To say that you now have one that is standing because you are Kinikon is just nonsense. But seriously, government needs to do something about it. People need to start visiting the psychiatric hospital. They need all the help they can get, and may God remember them, especially these spokespeople. And if you are Igbo writing nonsense in the comment section, ask yourself, look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I mad? I can assure you your answer will be that you are mad. And the reason is because you have never said anything about the stupidity you are listening to from your people, but you are insulting me in the comment section. Whenever you get a mirror in your house, or even if you're looking into the water, you want to take a bath and you look at the water, if that person inside that water is the person you're talking to. Because most of you are just retards. Because I don't understand why you be insulting me. Because I'm saying that somebody said that I'm from America. It's not even me. You're from America, you're from Japan, you're from Ife, you're from Israel, you're from Egypt. You are from nowhere. Actually, I'll say it this way. Let me recommend a book. Read Beyond Ethnic Politics by Okudiba Noli. He said some things about how you came to be. Not exactly, but a little about it. And then if you read the book by Joe Boko, he also mentions some things about it. By the time you put everything together, there's some other books, but start with that one. There's another one by, her first name is, I think, Rebecca or something. Or Rachel. Yeah, the point is, just find yourself, but leave us out of it. May God bless you and keep you. But sincerely, many are mad, but few are roaming. Let's go to the topic. But before we do so, I think one person wants to come up. I'll let the person come up and speak, and then we'll get to the topic for today. That is Zogu. No, not here. I don't allow mad people here. But you know what? I mean, since we've listened to a number of mad people already, why not? If not, let me bring you up. I mean, shouldn't be a problem. I can't hear you. I don't even know what you said. You came up and you got down. I don't know. Do you want to? I mean, I thought you came up because you had something to say. Are you serious about speaking, or do you want to just play around? Because I think we have a couple of minutes before we get to something serious. And since you played your brother speaking, it would be wrong to deny you. Because, I mean, so I'll bring you back up in a second. If you're are you the one? A lot of my going later. What is okay? Let me orimo. I wish he was still coming. I mean, if he was like serious, I would love to hear him out. Rather than all the ones watching there. Anyway, let's move on. You guys will be all right. By the way, very quick advert. Our first episode of Redomi Republic, our game show, is now live. It's on Redomi Republic YouTube channel. As the very first video, very first episode. It's a game show on Nigerian politics and history, and Yoruba history and culture. Please check it out. There are snippets we're putting out on different platforms. Enjoy the game, and if you'd like to be part of the next one, please send a message. I mean, check out Linktree/Redomi Republic. You find a link to a form. Click on that, and then fill the form, and you can be a part of the next episode. Right? We're gonna have a recording on Friday, so if you'd like to be part of it, Yoruba history, Nigerian history and politics, and Yoruba history and culture, and you stand a chance to win fantastic cash prizes. So yeah, Linktree, that's LINK. I have to show you so that I don't have to say it too much. Just 1 second, and then we'll move on from this. All right, so that's the address. Linktree is right up here. Look here. Linktree/Redomi Republic. You find the form there. Please click on it, and then you register. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, if you'd like to support, we're going to talk about how you can support us at the end of the session. Nzogu, I don't know who you are, but if my youngest sibling is standing, you'll not be able to stand there. Jekori Ekbe. I won't say more than that. Jekori Ekbe. Jekori Mbawu BS or Leni Jekon BS or Jekori Ekbe. So Jubel, mo ko boyo ba, Jekori Ekbe. Elo Jeko yin ri pe ìwọ ni kíní kọrin fún Àṣàkẹ́. Àwọn tó jẹ́ cause mo ṣé brother mo sọ nephew. Àwọn tó jẹ́ nephews ni tó bá dúró lè bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tó wọ́n máa ti fún ẹ̀ ń gbàjú pẹ̀lú rádàdà tó ń kọ́ látàárọ̀ yẹn. Ìwọ gbọ́ Yorùbá so máa sọ Yorùbá sí ẹ jẹ́ kó rí ẹ pé. Where were we? Let's get to today's topic. Someone says yeah, no feel correct. But bá sọ fún Yorùbá bóyá Yorùbá díẹ̀ tó lè gbọ́ yẹn ayé kórè ẹ pé àfáwọn tó ní ẹ lọ́rùn pa èmi àti ẹ̀kọ́ mi bí àwọn tó ní ẹ. Alright, mi ò ráyè ìgbèrè ṣé táwọn tó àwọn tó ní ẹ ṣé mo nǹkan tó yẹ àwọn tó ní ẹ lọ́sàn nǹkan tó sọ yẹn kó lọ sọ fún wọn lé. Where were we? Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Let's get to today's topic. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Kindly click on the heart icon above my head here. Just click on it if you're on TikTok. Join the team. Drop a heart me, drop a gift. Let's make this happen. Let's get the live on the FYP. We have about 1.5 hours. We're gonna make it count. Thank you for joining us on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube. Thank you very much for being here. Please like the live, share the live, and let's get other people to see what we're doing here. When you like, the algorithm recommends the live stream to others. All right, let's do this together. So we've been discussing how Nigeria's first republic ended, and I remember saying that the first republic started in 1963. We got independence in 1960, but we had the first republic in 63. Second was in 83. No, second was in 79. Second republic was in 79. Third was in 93, and then the fourth that we're in now, 99. It's quite interesting. 63, 93, 79, 99. 30 years, 20 years. But we're in Fourth Republic right now. So we've been discussing how the First Republic ended. We've talked a lot about the coup, right? And then also what happened in the aftermath of the coup, what Ojukwu did. Last time we were here, we looked at things from the perspective of Ken Saro-Wiwa. We read his book On a Darkling Plain, and we have a lot to still learn from that book. We have a lot to still, learn from that, but maybe not right now, because I want us to get back to the main text, which is Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. And we've talked about, what Iransi did after he became head of state and how they managed power, which was terrible, by the way. We also established the fact that looking at all the evidence available before us, it was clear that the coup was an ethnic coup. And when I say ethnic, sincerely, it actually means Igbo. It was an Igbo coup. But that even then, there was a revolutionary beat to it, or a revolutionary twist, as it were. That when you look at Nzogu, or you look at someone like Adewale Ademoyiga, those were revolutionaries. They wanted to change Nigeria, and they were used and dumped. Nzogu, for instance, when we read the book by Adewale Ademoyiga the other day, Nzogu, who had done all the fantastic things he did in Kaduna, I was trying to even get people to come down south to take over the south, or even send people to Kano to take over Kano. Turns out that, certain people, of course, Igbos as well, found a way to, change his path. So, for instance, you have someone like Madiebo, someone like Ojukwu, right, who changed everything and, ensured that the revolutionaries did not have their way, and ensured that it was the ethnic guys that had their way. Earlier today, someone sent me a message about Obienu, and these are the things that we're going to have a session on it. What happened to Ojukwu and Obienu? What were their roles in that particular coup? What you discover really is this. Both of them knew about the coup. They were in on it from the start. Obienu especially, because he was in Abeokuta, they were expecting him to bring his tanks to Lagos to help, execute the coup. And then just before then, it didn't, show up. And then afterwards, he comes around and starts arresting people. And then they call him a hero. And then they quell the coup. He didn't quell any coup. He did his job. And the job was to clean up afterwards and make everything sparkling clean. And then takes on this title of a hero. All these things, they planned it. And by the way, I'm not saying people are very smart. I'm just saying that from everything you can see, and also, like we always say, there are three main things that I use personally to judge whether the coup was ethnic or not. Now, again, I'm not saying there was no revolutionary coup on 15th January. There was, especially in the north, right? It was terrible. The killings of the Sardauna and the wife and Adeunlegu and all of those people, crazy stuff, unacceptable. But you have a 28-year-old person who thinks that he has an idea how the world can work. But the truth of the matter is that at Adeola Ademo Igal, these were naive young men who think they can they didn't even understand what Nigeria was like, right? If you read the book that we read last week, the one by Ken Saro-Wiwa, he said that much, right? These guys didn't even understand Nigeria. And I'll say this, a lot of us today still don't understand Nigeria. We have this highfalutin thoughts or plans about what Nigeria should be like. We think of Nigeria the way we want it to be, not the way it is. Therefore, it can never be what you think it should be, because you're not even looking at reality. You don't care about what the reality is. And those who want to build their nations or their countries, Nigeria is not a nation, by the way, it's a country of many nations. But can it be built as a country together? Yes, it can. But for you to do that, you have to be honest about what it really is. And then that will determine how you build. But if you're always hiding behind one finger and burying your head in the sand, playing the ostrich, there's no way to build, because you're not even faced with the reality. And I hope that with these conversations, we begin to actually talk about things that really matter, the kind of structure that Nigeria requires to be able to become the country of our dreams. All right. Now, having said that, we talked about what Ironsi did, how, in March, he got the Sardauna to travel down to Lagos to speak to the troops. And then the author of this book, Shehu Shagari, mentioned, of course, what the Igbos did in the north. We've read it in different books. You see this thing in The Tragedy of Victory by Godjalabi Sama, The Origin of the Civil War by Azikiwe, is in several books. You see it also in Anthony Nauro's 1968 speech, and it's right here in this book by Shehu Shagari, how they taunted people, and it's also in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, On a Darkling Plain, how they taunted people, how they made a mess of everything, singing songs, playing songs, blaring songs in the motor parks, taunting Hausas in their own land, just like people are doing right now in Yoruba land, because they have learned nothing from the past. Anyway, even with that, the Northerners did not do anything. And I'm saying this because there's also this notion that the Northerners, attacked the Igbos because the Igbos had killed their... one second, please. Because the Igbos had killed the Sardauna. Actually, that's not how it happened. One second, please. I think I want to just have quiet. Someone says brandishing guns and cutlasses. Yes, brandishing guns and cutlasses, singing, having almanacs and posters of the Sardauna under the feet of Nzogu, saying things like Shinemaganinku, just telling them that only Nzogu can knock sense into their brains. They even had songs they used. There was a Machine Gun by Celestine Uku. There was Ewu Nebakwa by Rex Lawson. They were using this thing to taunt the Hausas. And it wasn't just the uneducated people. Even in the civil service, in the offices, in secretariat, it was happening in the motor parks, was happening in the streets. And that's why I say that what's happening on social media today is like a repeat of the past. And I hope that we don't have, the same results, of whatever people got in the 60s, because it wasn't cool. It wasn't cool. So it's not something that we're praying for. But I'll read something here to you. The pulse of northern grassroots quieted. I'll take that again. The pulse of northern grassroots disquiet was reflected in the vernacular press on 28 March 1966. Gaskia Tafi Kwabo. They ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo resident in the north to be curbed. I hope you understand now that history is repeating itself. Just like they were saying that the insolent behavior should be curbed. You have proper fools talking about how Yoruba is an extract of whatever it is that they call a culture. You have to be foolish to say things like this. And you have to be foolish to turn around people's history. I mean, it's worse than these other videos. I just want to play it. If you are confused about your origin, you sort it out with God. Not that you go around destroying and distorting people's histories, right? And insulting them while you're at it. Anyway, somehow that didn't get the Hausas to do anything. This was in March. By May, Nzogu had done something that nobody could have expected him to do. He had a committee of one person. The name of the person is Francis Nwokedi, and that was the man who recommended the whole unitary constitution thing. I'm thinking of a book. I read the book earlier today. I think I read about two. I'm trying to remember. There's one that actually mentioned what I want to say. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. I'm trying not to leave the main book, but I think it might help us understand some of these things a bit better. So this book is called Go On, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman. All right, it's written by J. Isawa Eligo. It's a very good book. It says here, Ironsi, having risen to power, found himself a prisoner of a coup that had been undertaken largely by his kinsmen, the Igbo officers under Nzogu, in the north at least. Unfortunately, the political and military leaders killed during the coup, except for Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe, Midwestern Igbo, were mainly from northern and western regions. In other words, everyone that was killed in the coup were from the north and from the west. Only Unegbe and Okotebo. Okotebo was from the Midwest, but was Ishekiri. Unegbe was also from the Midwest, but it was Igbo, but there was nobody from the east that was killed during that coup. Okay? So it says, unfortunately, the political and military leaders killed during the coup, except for Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe, Midwestern Igbo, were mainly from northern and western regions. It was not the coup itself, but the way it was executed that created suspicions and stigmatized it with ethnic coloring. Of the senior officers of the ranks of Lieutenant Colonel and above, the North lost 4 out of its 5 officers, leaving only Yakubu Gowon. The North had 5 officers. The West had 6. The East had 7. And the Midwest had 4. Of the 5, they lost Memalari, Zakari Memalari, they lost Lagema, they lost Pam, and they lost Kur Mohammed. They lost 4. The West had 6. We lost 2, Ademulegun and Shedende. The East had 7. They had the most of all the officers, but they lost none. The Midwest had 4. They lost 3. Let me just read from here. Of the senior officers of the senior officers of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and above, the North lost 4 out of its 5 officers, Gowon being the only survivor. The West lost 2 out of its 6 officers. The East lost none out of its 7 officers, and the Midwest lost 1 out of its 4 officers. In addition to the mutual suspicions within the army, discipline was also brought to a fairly low ebb. Northern soldiers were furious. They wanted revenge, and Ironsi had to send his army chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, around military establishments all over the country to explain the situation and calm rising tempers. All right, I'm going to move very, very, very quickly. All right, let's read this part. I was talking about the Nwokedi earlier. Ironsi also set up another commission under Mr. F. Nwokedi, sole commissioner, to make proposals for the unification of the civil service. On May 24, 1966, General Ironsi announced his program. By the way, I want to read this thing slowly. I've seen a number of people, whether it's on Facebook, on YouTube, now that our content is going on different platforms, thank God, we have responses, some nice, some not nice. People say things like, oh, it was not Ironsi that destroyed abolished the regional system. I don't know why people just love to lie. Anyway, let's read this. I think it's going to answer some questions. By the way, every book written by any sane person will tell you the same thing. Any book that has anything other than this was written by an insane man or woman. Somebody messed up, he messed up. It doesn't mean that you have messed up, but because you have not really evolved completely. It is well. On May 24, 1966, General Ironsi announced his program to restructure the country by his decree number 34, 1966, which made Nigeria a unitary state. Nigeria, this is what he said, quote, Nigeria shall on the 24th May 1966 cease to be a federation and shall accordingly as from that day be a republic by the name of the Republic of Nigeria, consisting of the whole territory which immediately before that day was comprised in a federation. This may, end of quote, this may broadcast abolished federalism as a form of government in Nigeria. The former regions were abolished and Nigeria was grouped into a number of territorial areas called provinces. Each region became known as group of provinces. A national military government was established in place of federal military government. There was to be a new economic plan. Ironsi's rationale for this decree was that it was, quote, intended to remove the last vestiges of intense regionalism of the recent past and to produce that cohesion in the government structure which is so necessary in achieving and maintaining the paramount objective of the national military government, which is national unity. End of quote. I've said it several times. Whenever I hear the word unity from the Southeast, it doesn't mean the same thing as what I think it does. Unity means we work together, we have unity of purpose. Unity for this bunch of interesting people is that we are together so I can use what you have to benefit my own people. He pointed out that this decree was to be entirely a transitional measure and was without prejudice to the quote constitutional and administrative arrangements to be embodied in the new constitution in accordance with the wishes of the people of Nigeria. However, the most far-reaching aspect of Decree 34 was the unification of the civil services of the regions. It declared that as from the appointed day, all officers in the services of the Republic in a civil capacity shall be officers in a single service to be known as the National Public Service. And accordingly, all persons who immediately before that day were members of the public services of the Federation or of the Republic Service, I'll take that again. And accordingly, all persons who immediately before that day were members of the public services of the Federation or of the public service of a region shall on that day become members of the National Public Service. What does this mean? It means that now there's Oyo State Civil Service, Lagos State Civil Service, Akwa Ibom State Civil Service, Kano State Civil Service. I now say there is no state civil service. Everything is now national public service because we are united. It's now national. So all the civil services now are under the federal government. In fact, it wasn't federal government, it's a military government. And that military government can post people anyhow. That's supposed to be good, right? Maybe not so much. Let's read. We'll come back to this book later. Which one should we read now? Let's quickly. I'm trying to do a recap of what we've done so far. Let me read Sheikh Shagari first. It says Major General Ironsi's budget broadcast of March 31st March. I'll take that slowly. It says the few Northerners on the various study groups also felt they were being manipulated, while Northern civil servants in general being increasingly edgy over the trend of affairs. Their fears that the regime had irreversibly committed itself to unitary government regardless of whatever the various commissions recommended were confirmed by Major General Ironsi's budget broadcast of 31st March. He boldly asserted, quote, I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria and that they want in future one government and not a multitude of governments. End of quote. On the latter view, Ironsi was mistaken. Henceforth, Northern criticism of the regime became more strident, pervasive and uncompromising. Yet, the regime surprisingly appeared impervious, even encouraged to press on. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs and land anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian. There was, in my view, much to commend in such a policy, but given the climate of inter-ethnic mistrust, coupled with the extensive Igbo penetration of Northern entrepreneurial and vocational life, it raised the specter in the eyes of average Northerners of greater Igbo competition for jobs and land in the North. Such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx of Such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx since January of Eastern school leavers in search of jobs or opportunities for higher education. One more book on this matter. Again, we're just doing like a quick recap, and then we'll move on. Let's see the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. All right. It says here, the vacuum created by the absence of politicians from the scene was conveniently filled by career civil servants who suddenly found themselves in power at the center and in the regions. In place of an army of ministers, there was now a single military governor who was quite unused to public life and who, in any case, could not take direct responsibility for running the over 10 ministries in the region. The permanent secretaries of the various ministries, therefore, found themselves as both makers and executors of policy. Many appeared intoxicated by their newfound power, none more so than unchallengeable power and prestige as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. As Ironsi himself proved pliable, the permanent secretaries moved in on him in one fell swoop. They led Ironsi to the slaughter. The occasion was the creation of what amounted to a unitary system of government in place of the federal system that had been in operation since the late 40s. The Igbo permanent secretaries in question had calculated, it was said, that under a unified system, there would be free, there would be free mobility of skill and labor, and that therefore several Southerners or Igbos who had been itching for jobs which the North traditionally reserved for Northerners or for expatriates would now go to the North to work. In other words, the whole essence of this unitary thing in public service, thank you very much for the gift, CO coded. The whole essence of this unitary public service, whatever, is for folks who have been itching to work in the North to be able to move up North, even though those jobs have been traditionally reserved for Northerners and for expatriates. And that's why last week on Friday we listened to the Sardauna in the interview granted in 1964 when he talked about the Northernization policy, where they will have the North first, and if they don't have a Northerner who could do the job, they'll have an expatriate, and if not, that will be on contract basis. If not, they'll not have a Nigerian on a contract basis. People say that was tribalism. I said no, that is pragmatism. He is the leader of the North, not the leader of Nigeria. He has a duty to his people, and what he did is even better than what you see happen right now. Like I said the other day, Anambra State is recruiting people into the civil service in the health sector. They wrote it there, you must be an indigene of Anambra. We are the ones who are doing resident. If you're a resident of the state, you go around Southwest, Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, Ekiti, those 6 states, you have people from different ethnicities working as civil service. I'm not talking about just one state, all the states. Not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm saying like in different ministries. Because you are here, okay, you can work here. Back in some places, you have to be from there. And I even said Enugu did something even, unheard of. They had their own. The person has to be from a particular ward of origin. So people who do this have no right to be calling Sardauna a tribalist. I'm not saying Sardauna is right about everything, but on this particular matter, he was looking out for his own people. But they're having this unitary system, or this unifying of the civil service, in order to reverse the gains that the North has made in 2 years. And what they're going to do is bring people from the region and fix them in. And I said last week, if you think that has never happened before, it has, right? I don't want to say you have not, maybe you have not heard me say it, but it has happened before. It happened in 1967, by the way. The year after this unification of civil service, this thing happened in the Midwest. August of 1967, I'm speaking very fast. August of 1967, Biafran forces invaded the Midwest. One of the things that Ojukwu did was to move civil servants from Enugu into the Midwest. And they worked there as senior civil servants in Benin. And beyond that, he also mandated that the regional governor, they called it the Republic of Benin, a new country with a new governor who also happened to be Igbo. Go figure. Anyway, that they had to send a particular amount of money to Enugu on a monthly basis. This is the definition of unity. So when you hear national unity, before you jump and you say, yes, we are united, maybe you should ask for definition of terms. Words mean different things in different languages. I've come to understand across Nigeria, especially between Nigeria, the rest of the country, and the Southeast. Words like marginalization, words like unity, these things don't mean to you what it means to folks in the Southeast. Anyway, so he says here that the Igbo permanent secretaries in question had calculated, it was said, that under a unified system, there would be free mobility of skill and labor, and that therefore several Southerners or Igbos who had been itching for jobs which the North traditionally reserved for Northerners or for expatriates would now go to the North to work. This ill-advised decision was duly placed before the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. They underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the North. I'll say that again. They underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the North itself, where the They underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the North itself, where the inhabitants had been smarting under grunts from some Igbos resident there since the death of Ahmadu Bello, the Sadana of Sokoto. I suppose the Sadana was something of an ogre down south. His unyielding pride, some of his undiplomatic statements, and his rigorous defense of the interests of the North had not endeared him to many of his countrymen down south. Not so his followers in the North, to whom he was a formidable bulwark against Southern domination, read Igbo domination. To decree a unitary system of government so soon after the death of the Sardauna looked as if they were being regarded as a conquered people. Their feeling of insecurity, which had led to such policies as northernization and the imposition of certain ill-qualified personnel on the Federal Public Service, heightened. In May of 1966, they took out their anger on Igbos resident in the North in a cruel and unwarranted whirlwind of loot and destruction which spread through the length and breadth of that region. These did not look like a spontaneous affair. It was definitely carefully calculated and was dastardly. All right. So while they were being, insulted and taunted and, just pushed everywhere, they had their own plans. So that was all led to what happened in May. Last week we read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas. Excuse me. The book is titled Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. And in that book, he mentioned how after everybody had gone to the meeting that was held between May and first week of June, Ojukwu returns and starts talking about how he wanted to have a separate nation, right? And interestingly, that was also repeated in this book. All right. So it says here, I'm still reading the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. We're going to go back to Shoshagari, I promise, very soon. Ironsi, in his perpetual dilemma of trying to please everybody, appeared to be at a loss what to do. The Igbos were predicted. Hey, Oyinbo, I need to drink something. Who is this person in the comment section? I don't think you guys think, Sha. How do you talk about the coup without mentioning Rossi? How do you talk about the war without mentioning Ojukwu? You'll be all right. Let's get back to the book. Ironsi, in his perpetual dilemma of trying to please everybody, appeared to be at a loss what to do. The Igbos were predictably, and rightly too, angry at the May riots. They were even more furious at Ironsi's failure to take decisive action against the rioters. They began to contemplate a return to their homeland, but they were advised against this, saying that the balance of power in the Federation still rested with them. As Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Head of State, the Military Governorship of the East, the Solicitor General of the Federation, and a host of powerful permanent secretaries and diplomatic representatives abroad. Eventually, Ironsi was pleased to appoint a commission of inquiry into the May riots. This soothed the Igbos somewhat. Vida Gold, say, please stop giving us half-baked history. I'm not giving it to you. stop receiving what you're not able to bear. You are not raised to be able to appreciate truth. So you may want to go back to listen to your people in the propaganda sessions. I give the truth. You can't bear it because you were not raised with the ability to do so. So what you want to do is stay here long enough, and eventually you're going to develop the capacity, or you can just jump right back to the clown group where you came from. God bless you. Bye-bye. Where were we? The sign of coming squalls had by this time become quite predictable. It was visible in most national institutions. It was at about this same period that Ironsi made a number of promotions in the army. It was said that about 80% of those promoted were Igbos. Actually, it was 85.7%. 85.7% of those promoted were Igbos. Again, there were grumblings, particularly from the north. The point was made that these promoted by the way, some of the people that were promoted were even in prison. Some of the coup plotters were also promoted. And according to T.Y. Danjuma, they were watching TV and getting salaries, but they were in prison. One of the reasons for the counter coup of July 28-29. The point was made that those promoted merited it, and that in fact they had been discriminated against in the past. No one wants to hear that sort of thing in Nigeria, especially if the beneficiaries of... I'll take that slowly. Especially if the beneficiary of any act happen to be of the same ethnic origin as the benefactor. These promotions shook the army to its very foundation. Ironsi had to make a hurried tour to the north to address troops there. I don't want to go through everything. So we also read that eventually he had a meeting with kings and traditional rulers in Ibadan on the 28th of July. They sang the national anthem like we read last week. Now, I think we have done enough recap. Let's get into some reading. Well, by the way, let me just finish that one first. Yeah, so they went to Ibadan. They sang the anthem. And then what happened overnight happened. We read that, read the book by Chuks Ilugbonam, Ironsi, where we read the interview granted by T.Y. Danjuma, where he talked about what happened that night. So we did all of that last week. So let's run very quickly. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan. Okay, let's start from there. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan. I'm reading the book Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan amidst strong rumors of a plan by the regime to blow them up while in the conference hall. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. In the event, the conference convened to explore ways of ensuring the country's security and political stability opened cheerfully enough. It also led the rulers in singing the national anthem and lectured them on its significance. Nothing catastrophic happened. Nothing catastrophic occurred, although the northern participants allegedly found the day's deliberations rather unrewarding. Later in the evening, General Ironsi's host, Lieutenant Colonel Fadri, the military governor of the western group of provinces, arranged a cocktail party for the visiting dignitaries. But unknown to the two men, fate was beckoning. Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28, in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern soldiers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers. We read all of this from other books last week. They became alarmed by a gathering... Sorry. My August. Where were we? Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28 in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern soldiers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers and shot a number of them dead. We read what happened. One had received a phone call and he called Igbo officers together, and there were rumors already, right, that there was going to be an attack on northern officers. The northern officers also heard rumors that there was going to be an attack on them. The Igbos heard rumors there was going to be an attack on the Igbos. So there was mutual suspicion, right? And so when some of the soldiers saw Igbos gathered together and then the man was giving them guns, according to what they said, these other northern officers decided to shinobole. The garrison quickly passed into the northern hands. followed by more killings. By the morning of the 29th, the news had reached Ibadan and Lagos, where northern officers, NCOs, and other ranks utterly revolted and established their sway. Those in the north joined the fray late in the evening and gained control as well. But those in the eastern capital of Enugu were preempted by the battalion commander, who contrived an accord between the rival factions, while those in the midwestern capital of Benin did not act at all. Earlier that morning, a number of northern officers and NCOs abducted Ironsi and Fajri. They took them out of Ibadan on Iwo Road, where they were tortured, killed, and buried by the NCOs. But this was not officially admitted for months. By the time this mutiny had run its course, an estimated 212 officers and men, most of them Igbo, had sadly lost their lives, while many fled to the east. Meanwhile, Lagos became the focus of the drama. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Chief of Army Staff, was perhaps the first person to initiate counter moves immediately he got an inkling of the mutiny in Abeokuta, and this probably helped to save many innocent lives in Lagos. Later that morning, Brigadier Ogundipe, Ironsi's second-in-command, dispatched him to confer with the rebels at Ikeja cantonment, which was under their control. But they detained Gowon himself, and being the most senior northern officer left alive after January, appointed him their spokesman. Some fruitless discussions ensued, after which Ogundipe launched an unsuccessful expeditionary force. Then, by the morning of 30 July, he became reconciled to a negotiated outcome. After further mediation during the day, Ogundipe accepted to quit quietly and eventually made his way to Britain, where he was later made Nigeria's High Commissioner. That was a very quick summary of what happened. Let's see if we can find a bit of detail, some details in other books. Let me read to you from Gowon's biography. Given the breakdown of discipline in the army and the kidnapping, as it was then called, of the head of the Federal Military Government and Supreme Commander, Brigadier Ogundipe tried to call a special session of senior army officers in Lagos. When he found that even a sergeant would not take orders from Major Mobolaji Johnson or himself, he thought his authority as next in command had been deflated beyond any reasonable point. He then tried to get in touch with Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, who volunteered to go to Ikeja. All available evidence shows that Gowon was not involved in the plot. As the most senior northern officer, he was said to be under close watch by the Igbos, and the junior officers felt it would be wrong to expose him unnecessarily. Secondly, most of the officers knew Gowon's position, that too much blood had already been shed, and they were not ready to have Gowon dampen their intention to retaliate in as bloody a fashion as the first coup. I think it was even bloodier, because the first coup, as bad as it was, and it was terrible, every life counts, but I mean, it was less than 30 people were killed. It was terrible, though. Every life counts, right? But they killed about 24, 25 people. The counter coup was bloodier. They killed over 200. Some of these things can't be said in English, but we are together. So he says here, all available evidence shows that Gowon was not involved in the coup. We already read that. Secondly, most of the Igbo officers knew Gowon's position that too much blood had already been shed, and they were not ready to have Gowon dampen their intention to retaliate in as bloody a fashion as the first coup. Gowon then got to Ikeja without problems and attempted to take control of things there. It seemed, from all indications, that Gowon did not know the extent of disorder at Ikeja barracks. He soon found that the junior officers were ready for a change and were not interested in negotiations for a return to the status quo. They were not interested in negotiations with the Supreme Military Headquarters in Lagos. The situation was more tense than Gowon had imagined. As the most senior Northern Army officer, the junior officers had looked up to him and had thought his presence at Ikeja was to lead them in defiance. Thus, Gowon, who had arrived at Ikeja to maintain order and help restore normalcy, found himself being called on to lead a post-coup rebellion against the Supreme Headquarters. For Gowon, it was a big dilemma. It took days of discussions with the young soldiers to convince them that he could not lead them in their bid to greater forms of instability. Gowon tried to point out to them the necessity of accepting Ogundipe's leadership, a suggestion they rebuffed. The junior officers, Murtala Mohammed, Martin Adamu, and others, insisted that Gowon should take over leadership of the country as a compromise. When Gowon refused and asked one of them to take over, quote, "If any of you is interested, I am prepared to support him," end quote. They were still adamant. During that discussion, it became clear that these northern officers would accept no one else as their leader except a northern officer. For them, Gowon, as the most senior one, was their ready choice. It soon became clear to Gowon that the only alternative to greater instability was for him to accept leadership. By this time, Brigadier Ogundipe had had conversations with some of the junior officers. Notable among them was Captain Gom, who had told him clearly that they were accepting no one else as leader except Lieutenant Colonel Gowon. For Gowon, it was a very tense 3-day period. That was from July 29 to August 1. For Gowon, it was a very tense 3-day period. He had to convince the junior officers all over the country, especially at Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Lagos, to bring their other ranks under control and prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Yet, there was this problem of threat of greater instability unless he accepted leadership and calmed down his fellow northern soldiers. But equally tough was Gowon's respect for military authority and hierarchy, which had taught him not to skip the queue. How could he take over leadership? Let's just jump all these details. Let's go to the next part. Gowon had been able to put down the first coup and call Ironsi to take command, but now he was not only being called upon to restore order, but to take over command as well. And the stress of the period got to him. He found himself in a politically tight corner. When it became clear to Brigadier Ogundipe that he could not take command and restore order, I want to say this one because it's about Ogundipe. When it became clear to Brigadier Ogundipe that he could not take command and restore order, he made an exit out of the country to resurface later in the relative peace and quiet of the High Commission in London as Nigeria's High Commissioner. Now, listen to this. Contrary to Ojuku's advice that Ogundipe should insist, and I've heard a lot of Igbo people say the same thing as well. Excuse me, please. I've heard a lot of Igbo people say things like Ogundipe should have been, he should have made a statement and, insisted, that's what I'm looking for, should have insisted on becoming the next head of state. Let's read from this perspective first, and then you get the point I'm trying to make. Thank you, BY08. Let's power tap on TikTok, please. Let's get this to 50K likes. Thank you. Contrary to Ojuku's advice that Ogundipe should insist on succeeding Ironsi, most of the senior military officers, including Admiral Way, found that unless the popular choice of the soldiers assumed command, there would be no peace. They told Ojuku so. Once Gowon accepted to assume leadership in those dark days, he quickly contacted the regional governors, Lieutenant Colonel Ejo of the Midwest and Lieutenant Colonel Asan Katsina of the North. Both urged him to get things under control and stop the unfortunate killing of civilians. He did not contact Ojuku. This had been done by Ogundipe and Way. As Gowon himself recalled, quote, "One must be fair to Ojuku. He was not prepared to accept my leadership, even at that stage," end of quote. The Assistant Inspector General of Police, Aman Maiduguri, and the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Alhaji Kamsalem, were informed and approved of his assumption of power. Mobolaji Johnson, though not a member of the SMC, was full in the picture of events. It is interesting that Ojuku urged Brigadier Ogundipe to insist on taking command. Given the history of military intervention, one would have thought it should have been clear to Ojuku that military hierarchy was often challenged in intra-military coups. In coups organized by junior officers, eliminating senior officers, it is not often possible to maintain military hierarchy. Successful coup makers very often take over power themselves or only take command from officers whom they respect. To urge Ogundipe to take command in that tense situation against the wishes of the bulk of an army that will not take orders from him was a clarion call to suicide. Ogundipe perhaps knew the situation better. Having been in Lagos during the crisis, he was very much involved in negotiations with the junior officers. There's a little thing I want to read. Mumbo. Please be on TikTok. Let's part up, please. If you're on YouTube, kindly like the live. Thank you very much. Let's read from What book is that? I think it's the Nigerian Civil War. To the Holy Savior. Okay. I'm going to read to you where Ojukwu was while he was telling Ogunjikpe to take over power, insist. I'm going to see something where Ojukwu was. I'm going to read the book called The Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. All right. In fact, let's go back just a bit because I want to also paint the picture of how terrible things were. It's actually quite sad what happened on the 29th, especially to evil officers. But like those ones said, they were also retaliating. It's better to just forgive and move on. But the problem in Nigeria is that if you forgive, you are assumed to be foolish. So the person who hurt you will now keep mocking you until you do him something, they will now shut up. That's what Nigeria has taught us, but I don't think that's how it should be, but it is what it is. Let me go back a bit. I want to read the story of everything that happened from a different perspective. Okay. A little before midnight on Thursday, 28th July, this is from the book The Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. Okay? By the way, it's a very, very important book. I think it's one of the very objective books on this whole thing about the war, the coup, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. A little before midnight on Thursday, 28th July, 1966, while Iransi was still on tour of the Federation, a group of armed northern subalterns strode into the officers' mess. Can you see me now? Can you see me now? See me? All right. That was the phone. Okay, we're back. Let me go back to the beginning. A little before midnight on Thursday, again, the book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. Thank you, Adekomi. A little before midnight on Thursday, 28th July, 1966, while Iransi was still on tour of the Federation, it was in Ibadan at the time, a group of armed northern subalterns strolled into the officers' mess in the Abeokuta barracks and shot their garrison commander and two other senior Igbo officers dead. What had often half-jokingly been referred to as the return march for the January coup had begun in earnest. Northern officers quickly seized control of the garrison, armed their NCOs and men, and began rounding up and shooting personnel of Eastern origin. A telephone call to the Ikeja garrison alerted another group of conspirators, and the same bloody pattern was repeated. By dawn, the barracks and international airport were in mutinous hands. A second call set off the coup in the west, and a cordon of northern troops was thrown around the government lodge, where Iransi was staying as a guest of the western governor, Lieutenant Colonel Fadri. By this time, however, the Supreme Command HQ in Lagos had been informed of the trouble, and Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Army Chief of Staff, had put all units on the alert on the orders of Brigadier Oguntikpe, the highest-ranking officer in the army after Iransi himself. Though surrounded by the mutineers and his own guard disarmed, Iransi was curiously still able to contact people by telephone. He called Gowon and asked him to send a helicopter. Police headquarters in Lagos sent one, but by the time it arrived, the general had disappeared. A senior police officer in Ibadan, tipped off earlier by one of his men in Abeokuta that there was more trouble in the army, was told to keep away from the government lodge by the commander of the local garrison. At 8:30 a.m., he tried again and found the lodge completely deserted. The following account, put out later by the Eastern Region government as substantially correct, describes what had happened in the intervening hours. Finally, Major Danjuma, second in command of the 4th Battalion, took some of his men upstairs. By the way, this corroborates what Tiwa Danjuma himself said in the interview we read the other day. Finally, Major Danjuma, second in command of the 4th Battalion, took some of his men upstairs, confronted and questioned the Supreme Commander, saluted him and ordered his arrest. The general was led downstairs to join the others. The 3 captives, the Western Governor Fajuyi, who with great gallantry refused to leave his guest and commander and Iran's ADC, were now stripped and their hands tied behind their backs with wire. They were flogged, tortured, and then put into separate police vans. Major Danjuma returned to the barracks and the convoy drove off out of town under the command of 2 young Northern lieutenants and some senior NCOs. Authors comment. Please, let's part up. This is showing activity. Can you mark or TikTok? Let's try and make it work, please. If you're on TikTok, let's part up aggressively. If you're on YouTube or Facebook and you don't know what this means, or Twitter, it's just that on TikTok, the way it works is that it has to say activity. Like you have to be tapping on your screen to keep the live going. Is the way TikTok works. So please, if you're on TikTok, let's do this together. Thank you. By the way, the reason, according to Danjuma, he said the reason he went back to the barracks was that when they were talking about what to do to Iransi, he had a different idea of what they should do, and they got angry with him and they hit him. And he was on the floor when they left, and then, that was his own account. But let's continue. The captives were ordered out and led down a footpath off the right side of the road. These Northern soldiers and men beat and tortured the captives so badly that their bodies were swollen and bleeding profusely. The Supreme Commander and the Governor, who were almost dead by now, were separately finished off by a few rounds of machine gun fire. They were buried on the spot, but found a week later by the police. Their deaths were not to be officially announced for another 6 months. Meanwhile, Brigadier Ogundipe was trying to do what Iransi himself had done in the January coup: rally loyal troops and put down the mutiny. From the police HQ, he sent Gowon to Ikeja to parley with the mutinous troops. On arrival, he was detained by the men who then asked him to be their spokesman. But it was already becoming clear that Ogundipe, a Yoruba from the west, and like Iransi, an old soldier who had fought for the British in Burma, had little support within an army which had few Yorubas and was increasingly split on tribal lines. Nevertheless, he summoned all the available members of the Supreme Military Council, senior police officers, and a few permanent secretaries, and tried to assert his authority as Iransi's lineal heir. To the assembled group, shocked and shaken by the second upheaval within 7 months, the situation that Friday morning seemed horribly confused. The North, East, and Midwest appeared to be quiet, but Abeokuta, Ibadan, Ikeja, and the international airport were in the hands of the mutineers who were beginning to spill out of their barracks into the suburbs of Lagos. Somehow, Yoruba la noini. Kolonshanu. I'll tell you again. So it says here, the North, East, and Midwest appeared to be quiet, but Abeokuta, Ibadan, Ikeja, and the international airport were in the hands of the mutineers who were beginning to spill out of their barracks into the suburbs of Lagos, killing or molesting Eastern soldiers where they could find them, and making do with civilians where they couldn't. The outside world received its first news of the coup when a BOAC airliner was commandeered at Ikeja by Northern soldiers to fly their families back to Kano. A complicated series of negotiations involving Northern civil servants and politicians as well as soldiers began in Ikeja barracks. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, a strong-willed but rather unstable Hausa, had emerged. Some people say Hausa, some people say from Kano, but it's not Hausa. Had emerged as the most powerful spokesman of the mutineers, whose initial demands for a renunciation of the unity decree and a total separation of Eastern and Northern soldiers in the army quickly changed into an outright demand for secession and the establishment of a Republic of the North. That's what they call Araba. The coup was called Araba. Ogundipe broadcast a statement at 2:30 p.m., repeated constantly throughout the afternoon on the national network, proclaiming a state of emergency in the Lagos-Abeokuta-Ibadan enclave and expressing the somewhat vain hope that they would be able to restore peace and tranquility very soon. Later that evening, he broadcast to the nation reassuring his anxious listeners that things were under control and that there was no cause for alarm. In a search for support in the regions, he had a mixed response. Ojukwu telephoned Ogundipe asking him to take over and assuring the brigadier of the Eastern Region's full backing. Please pay attention. No? Ojukwu telephoned Ogundipe asking him to take over and assuring the brigadier of the Eastern Region's full backing. He said he would announce it on the Eastern radio within 30 minutes of Ogundipe's own public affirmation that he intended to step into Iran's shoes. The only flaw in this move was that Ojukwu himself was not in full control of his own region at this time. The revolt was spreading fast and was in fact telephoning from Onitsha, where he had fled from Enugu for his own safety. So when they said that Ogundipe should have done it, Ojukwu told him to assert and insist that it was the next head of state. Ask them every time they say it, that where was Ojukwu where was saying it. By the way, when you read the book, I think it's Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, he ran from the government house, he ran to police headquarters, he ran from there to Onitsha. We got to Onitsha, I was now calling someone in Lagos. Oh yeah, make sure you take power. Meanwhile, he don't run Komoto. The man is always running. He should have been working with Susan Bolt. So he says the only flaw in Ojukwu's move was that Ojukwu himself was not in full control of his own region at this time. The revolt was spreading fast and was in fact telephoning from Onitsha, where he had fled from Enugu for his own safety. The Midwest governor also promised Ogundipe support, but the North adopted a cautious wait-and-see attitude. However, it was only when Ogundipe tried to stiffen his words with actions that the true frailty of his position became evident. Scraping together some loyal troops from the army headquarters, he sent them to Ikeja in a column under the command of an Igbo captain. They were ambushed several miles before their destination by a large body of northern soldiers and driven back with heavy losses. Two Europeans driving along the road airport road were killed in the crossfire, the first non-Nigerian casualties of the crisis. Ogundipe is still struggling against the odds, dispatched another column, but most of these men from the Federal Guard and under a northern major sympathized with the mutineers and simply drove around Lagos in an elaborate circle and came back to the police HQ without having fired a single shot. When Ogundipe reprimanded them, they threatened to shoot him. Quote, "I only take orders from my captain," end of quote, a northern NCO brandishing a submachine gun told him brusquely, and would neither obey him nor the Yoruba military governor of Lagos. He was asked by two junior northern officers to resign, and he complied, writing out a letter of resignation for the Ministry of Defense on the spot. He then changed into civilian clothes and sought refuge on a ship in the harbor, later to reappear as Nigeria's High Commissioner in London. It was not a very glorious end, but contrary to some versions of these events, Ogundipe did at least try to take over and only bowed out when it became obvious that he was hopelessly outgunned. I mentioned the other day that in the East, things took a different turn, good turn actually, because of a man called David Ogunnewe. I just read a little from this about him. In Enugu, the coup also came late, probably for the same reasons as in the North. I didn't really read what happened in the North, Abi. I just want to read about this man, then we'll move on. In Enugu, the coup came late, probably for the same reasons as in the North, and it failed, but only just. The man who scorched it was the Igbo commander of the 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel David Ogunnewe, a popular and highly professional officer known affectionately by his men as Baba, that's father. 3/4 of his battalion were Northerners, and in a dramatic confrontation with some of his junior Northern officers, whom he encountered in the dead of the night in the officers' mess, dressed in battle kit, he managed, through a mixture of personal authority and persuasion, to cajole them into surrendering the keys of the armory. But such was the degree of nervousness and mistrust at the time that a joint guard of Northern and Southern troops had to be placed at the armory for the duration of the crisis. Meanwhile, members of the government were scurrying off to their hometowns and villages, repeating the experience of the January coup. Ojukwu first went to the police HQ in Enugu, where he was protected by armed police force, but later decided to go to Onitsha, 67 miles away on the banks of the Niger, for greater security. It was from there that he telephoned Ogundipe in Lagos, promising him the East support. Who exactly was the coward in this story? Whatever you say. "67 miles from action." Was promising the guy, "We are with you." Bang, 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 bang. Somebody says Mrs. Amadu Bello and Mrs. Ademulegun get leave at Pastor Juku. You can say that again. You can say that again. Those women were more men than that man. Let us go on. So it's the same day, back to the book by Shehu Shagari, Gowon announced that representatives of regional governors would meet shortly in Lagos to advise the regime on immediate measures. I'll take that slowly. The same day, Gowon announced that representatives of regional governors would meet shortly in Lagos to advise the regime on immediate measures necessary to restore confidence and stability in the country. On the eve of that meeting, August 8, Gowon broadcast his first policy statement in which he abolished the unification decree and restored the federal system. You see, what you have heard from folks from the southeast is that Ironsi did not abolish region, that it was Yakubu Gowon that did that. Turns out, what Gowon did was to abolish the unification decree and restore the federal system of government. Although this was not formally decreed until 1st September, he restated his faith in Nigerian unity and made a number of promises, notably the regularization of the armed forces to insulate them from politics, the eradication of corruption, and full consultation with the people on the form of association they desire for themselves. The return to federalism would serve as a basis for the latter, and the consultation itself would be via regional leaders of thought. There's something he did before this stuff. I'm trying to remember the book now. Let's read that before we continue. We're going to come back to Ojukwu in a bit. I'm going to go back to the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. Give me a second, please. Okay. Let's go back just a bit. With Ironsi presumably out of the way, people were not quite sure to whom they could turn. It was expected that Brigadier Gundipe, the next most senior officer in rank, would succeed Ironsi, which is ridiculous considering the fact there was a coup, not army promotion. Coups don't care about military hierarchy, but you thought people would know that. But that did not happen. Rumor was abroad. One could not trust any of the various versions of the story. I believe the newspapers, particularly Daily Times, did publish the story that some people, including an expatriate manager of a local shoe firm, had died in a crossfire on the Ikeja Road. That's what we read from John de St. just now. Who was fighting whom, we asked, and there appeared to be no answer to that. Perhaps the worst part of the matter was that there was no one in control. Stories began to filter in of dreadful happenings in the north and at Abeokuta, and we were terribly shaken. It was no ordinary coup. It was a vendetta for January, so it appeared. So it appeared then. The general feeling of insecurity was further increased when the BBC, or was it, announced that a group of soldiers at Ikeja Airport had commandeered a British Overseas Airways Corporation aircraft and forced the pilots to carry the wives and families of the said soldiers to the north. That almost confirmed the story that was being noised abroad, that the North now wanted to secede from the Federation. It was not entirely incredible. For the Igbo lecturers at Ibadan had, consequent upon the May disasters in the north, made up their minds that Eastern Nigeria will secede from the Nigerian Federation in, I'll take that again, for the Igbo lecturers at Ibadan, that's in UI, had, consequent upon the May disasters in the north, made up their minds that Eastern Nigeria will secede from the Nigerian Federation. In 1964, following the federal election rumpus, Dr. Azikiwe, then president of the Federation, had publicly asked that if the components of the Federation could not get on together, peaceful sharing of assets should be started after 10 years when he said there must be no breakup. You know, today I decided to study something about Azikiwe, and I just felt I was studying his trajectory as far as unitary system. His position on unitary and federalism was concerned. He was the most unstable politician of his era. You couldn't pin him down to one ideology. He was everywhere. One day he's here, the other day he's there. One day he's there. He didn't have an ideology that worked with the times. He had to change the ideology based on the politics of that era. He wasn't a great leader. 10 years prior, he was against secession. By the way, everything he was against, eventually voted for. After I had seen, you know, the what's the word now? The repercussions of his stance. And anybody can change their minds, to be clear. It's just that you can't have it happening consistently. That means you have nothing to stand. That means you stand for nothing. When you are always changing your policy, every policy changed. Like, no, this is not a serious leader. Anyway, let's continue. So he says in 1964, 10 years after Azikiwe shut down Awolowo's secession clause at the London conference. Interestingly, in 1975, Azikiwe granted an interview when he was talking about that event as though he did something really grand. His children are crying. I mean, his region, they are crying right now. They want to break up, but they can't. I hope they find a way, peaceful way. In 1964, following the federal election rumpus, Dr. Azikiwe, then president of the Federation, had publicly asked that if the components of the Federation could not hold together or could not get on together, peaceful sharing of assets should be started. Thus, in 1966, following so much bloodshed and carnage, secession by any group or region did not sound strange. But it caused me considerable pangs of pain. Who is speaking here? Ken Sarawiwa. The idea was anathema, for I did not see how the country could be allowed to go to the dogs. The judgment of history would be too severe on the generation that had allowed that to happen. My feelings were re-echoed among the few students, most of them postgraduate, from the minority areas of the East and Midwest who were then on the campus. The Northerners were hardly to be found, and the Yorubas appeared rather uncertain of what to do. Deprived as they were of all their leaders, Fajuyi was dead and Awolowo still in prison, the Igbo students were under considerable stress. No. Let me finish that thing. Let me read it properly. The Northerners were hardly to be found, and the Yorubas appeared rather uncertain of what to do. Deprived as they were of their leaders, Fajuyi was dead and Awolowo was still in prison. The Igbo students were under considerable stress as each passing day brought more distressing news of events in various parts of the country. As time passed, we came to know that the Igbos, and this included people from all parts of then Eastern Nigeria, were the main victims of the ghastly murders. Many of the stories of murder and carnage told might have been exaggerated, but they were more than plausible. People went about their business in mortal dread for their personal safety. The only respite came when there was an announcement over Radio Nigeria to the effect that Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon had taken over as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. He broadcast to the nation, regretting the incidents of the past month, argued that there was no basis for the unitary system which Iransi had sought to impose on the people. This is the second book saying that, you know. And the other book says saying the same thing. But nobody quotes any book from the South. It's just to shout. It's Iransi that did not do it. Anyway, let's go back. The only respite came when he was head of state. He broadcast to the nation, regretting the incident of the past month, argued that there was no basis for the unitary system which Iransi had sought to impose on the people. The decree promulgating which he therefore revoked, ordered the military to return to barracks and promised to unite the country on a sound basis. Those who had lived in trepidation and fear, lest the country should break, heaved a sigh of relief. At least it should not happen without some form and order. Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon himself was little known. He was Iransi's chief of staff at Army Headquarters, and it was generally said that he had survived the January coup only because he had returned the previous day from an overseas course. Ironsi had brought him to the top hierarchy because he had obviously trusted him. No one expected that after Ironsi's death, Gowon would become head of state since there were others senior to him. But since Brigadier Ogundipe, upon whom the responsibility had fallen, evidently declined. I mean, this is what, again, I should say this. There is no single book that has everything. So the decline that he said here is apparently wrong. Right? When you read Nigerian Civil War that we read earlier, you saw how that thing played out. Okay, so it's not every author that has all the information. That's why you read, as many authors as possible. So he says, Brigadier Ogundipe declined. Yakubu Gowon became more acceptable, at least in certain quarters, as a man who had a mission to accomplish. More so, it appears to the public that a lot of bargaining had been done behind the scenes. It remained to be seen how the young man would carry the terrible burden he had accepted. Some of the things that actually happened behind the scenes, let me quickly say it here, was that they were trying to break up the country, actually, and they wanted to have Araba. The idea behind Araba really was to have a separate Republic of the North. But there were certain people that prevailed upon these gentlemen. I'm going to read it very soon. Let me get back. I'll come back to that book. Let me read from here. We're reading Sheikh Shagari's book now, Beckon to Serve. Meanwhile, Lagos became the focus of the drama. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Chief of Army Staff, was perhaps the first person to initiate counter moves. Immediately he got an inkling of the mutiny at Abeokuta, and this probably helped to save many innocent lives in Lagos. Later that morning, Brigadier Ogundipe, Ironsi's second in command, dispatched him to confer with the rebels at Ikeja cantonment, which was under their control, but they detained Gowon himself. And being the most senior northern officer left alive after January, appointed him their spokesman. Some fruitless discussions ensued, after which Ogundipe launched an unsuccessful expeditionary force. Then by the morning of 30 July, he became reconciled to a negotiated outcome. After further mediation during the day, Ogundipe accepted to quit quietly and eventually made his way to Britain, where he was later made Nigeria's High Commissioner. The dialogue at Ikeja, which was reportedly heated and involved, lasted 3 days, during which Nigeria remained effectively leaderless. Precisely what the rebels' demands were and what transpired between them and others in the drama remained deeply hazy and controversial. It will thus be optimistic to expect any clear and balanced perspective, particularly as the key dramatis persona are either dead or unwilling to lay their memories bare. One can, however, say with some confidence, One can, however, say with some confidence that the coupists, led by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, wanted Decree 34 repealed and the January insurgents tried. But one can only speculate that a number of them may initially have fancied or toyed with the funny idea of Araba. It was not a funny idea, sir. He's also trying to, make it seem as though it wasn't a funny idea, it was a real idea. How do I know? They commandeered a plane to take their wives and their children to the north. They started marching towards Ilorin, that everybody from the north should meet at Ilorin. It was not a toy, it wasn't like a child's play. Again, the book is by Sheikh Shagari, so sometimes he also tries to provide soft landing for his people. It's natural, it's normal. 2 BOAC and Swiss Air VC-10 airliners, which they briefly commandeered, conveying families of northern troops. Acting on advice, some few northern civilians, including senior civil servants, also packed their bags up north. But these were probably no more indicative of secessionist intention any more than there were precautions to ensure that potential and defenseless northern civil target. Hey, Oyinbo, let me do that again. But these were probably no more indicative of secessionist intention. I think he's trying to make a case for them that they were not doing that because they wanted to secede, just that in case they wanted to hurt them. I don't know why I had to do that, but it is what it is. Let me just read it out. So it says, acting on advice, some few northern civilians, including senior civil servants, also packed their bags up north. But these were probably no more indicative of secessionist intention any more than they were precautions to ensure that potential and defenseless northern civil targets were out of harm's way in the event of an expected sweeping Igbo onslaught. At any rate, the rebels made their future intention apparent by asking Ogundipe on 29 July to surrender control to Gowon. But they did not prevail until the next day, following a number of intercessions, notably by a group of federal permanent secretaries and other public figures. Among the permanent secretaries were Alhaji Musa Dagash, Abdulaziz Attar, Mr. H.A. Ejuyuchie, Yusuf Gobier, Mr. B.N. Okagwe, Ibrahim Damsida, Alison A. Aida, and Philip Asiojo. There were also Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, that's the Federal Chief Justice, Alhaji Kamsalem, the Inspector General of Police, Sule Katagum, Chairman Federal Public Service Commission, and Mukhtar Tahir, a senior civil servant and intimate of Murtala Mohammed. From Kaduna came Justice Mohammed Bello, a Northern High Court judge, and Alhaji Ali Akilu, the Chief Secretary to the Northern Group of Provinces and leader of the East Civil Service. Sir Francis Cumming Bruce, the British High Commissioner, and Mr. Herbert Matthews, the United States Ambassador, also subsequently went to Ikeja to press Gowon to maintain the country's integrity. In the end, Gowon's leadership was accepted by a majority of the surviving members of the Supreme Military Council, SMC, thanks to informal consultations coordinated by Lieutenant Colonel Ejo, the military governor of the Midwestern Group of Provinces. On 1st August, Gowon accordingly assumed power as head of state and supreme commander. The truth of the matter is this: if not for all these northern civil servants, permanent secretaries, Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, the Chief Justice, Alhaji Kamsalem is IGP, and then the British High Commissioner, Cumming Bruce, and the American Ambassador, if not for those ones, did not would have succeeded in 1967. And I think would have been cool. Everybody would have found their way. By now, everybody would have become Dubai. If I don't build Dubai all over the place, but somebody said, I wish they had succeeded. Me too. They would have, maybe they will build Dubai. I mean, they have options, shall. Hold on, shall, no? Because you can either build Dubai or build Afghanistan. You shall build something. But I'm sure they would have built Dubai over time. Because they had some things going for them. They had textile industry, they had, agriculture. They would have done well. I wish they let them live. I'll read a few more things from here, now jump back to the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa before we go. Remy Guy says Dubai. I mean, I have to hope for the best now. It could be Dubai, it could be Afghanistan. But I think they could have, they would have done an Indonesia. They could have, they could have built an Indonesia. It's just that, now that I think of it, they will not be able to do it because of the Middle Belt. Because at that time, Middle Belt has been fighting to have their own region, or their own state for more than a decade. At the time of this counter-coup, for more than a decade, they've been trying to have their own space. But it could have been whatever. Who knows? But we're where we are now. Let's read a few more things here before we go back to the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, and then we'll call it a day. This book again is called Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. In an apparently hastily prepared broadcast to an expectant nation, Gowon briefly reviewed the country's recent and prevailing troubles and promised to do his utmost to restore normalcy. By the way, in case you don't understand, the reason he used the word apparently hastily prepared is that there was a mistake in that speech where he mentioned unity. People have kept saying that it's actually supposed to be unitary. That was about Nigeria's unitary system, not about Nigeria's unity. But that's why it had to add that it was hastily put together. Someone says, Bia lo ba lo abo abo. Loton. Toxic says it's just unfortunate all what that happened to that country. Yeah. If you have another chance, just take it. Hopefully without bloodshed. But what we should do is to just restructure the country like same people do, like they do all over the world. Factor in the uniqueness and differences of each group. We are diverse groups, different ideas of life, different, even basic words mean different things, e.g. unity. Factor that into the structure of the country and we can make progress. But we're always assuming we are all the same, which is a lie. And that's not national unity, that's national stupidity. May we not be stupid. Someone says that other chance is if Trump comes. Nah, I think the way Trump said he wants to come, if he comes that way, it might actually be violent too. The question is this: Enti Obanwara ma somewhere. That's the only issue I always have. Enti Obanwara ma somewhere. But everything that's going to happen, to be honest, I think the best thing that Nigeria should do right now is, I mean, not the best thing, but one of the things that government should do, just begin to implement some of the plans in that 2014 CONFA report that has to do with the structure of Nigeria. Fix the constitution, fix the structure, watch. Just new constitution that is sensible, not the one that's assuming that we're all one. A new constitution that understands the reality, right? You write something that makes sense, right? And they change the structure of the country. Just watch what happens to Nigeria. Some will go down, some will come up, but it will never be the same. And it's better for some to go down or some go up, whatever they want to do, than for all of us to be at the same level. No, we're not going forward, we're not going backward. The ones who go down will come from the ones who go up. The other day I was watching a documentary on Kuala Lumpur, and I mean, it's just like in Singapore. There are some things that you see in Singapore because they will challenge each other. Rather than everybody just sit down together, we're not moving forward, we're not going back, we're just there. But we're happy to be united. That's not unity, that's stupidity. Create a structure that allows for people to just go at their own pace. Different regions, most likely based on it. Do that, and then we'll see growth. It might take a while, but eventually that will be better than this structure. This structure does not allow for growth at the level that we wanted, at least. So let's finish this thing. So he says here, in an apparently hastily prepared broadcast to an expectant nation, Gowon briefly reviewed the country's recent and prevailing troubles and promised to do his utmost to restore normalcy. He earnestly hoped the country's problems would be resolved amicably, emphasized a return to democracy as soon as practicable, but it took a while, and made a number of other pledges. Iran's unitary system of government, Gowon insisted, had been thoroughly discredited. Hence, he repudiated it. This particular aspect of the speech, as is now well known, immediately proved controversial, exploited no doubt for purely selfish political reasons. That's what I was talking about. I don't want to go into the details of that. Let's just move very fast. Anyhow, Gowon moved deftly to appoint Colonel Robert Adebayo as Western Region, and on 2nd August, the man became head of state on 1st August. You know, I used to say 12th August. 12th was when the Gazette for the pardon came out. But on 2nd August, the very next day, Gowon released Chief Awolowo from prison, an action which was warmly welcomed in Lagos and in the West. Then on 4th August, Dr. Okpara, the erstwhile Eastern Premier, was also freed, as were Chief Fanika, the one-time Western Deputy Premier, and 14 other AG, NCNC, and NNDP prominent politicians. They still hate Gowon, even though they freed Okpara. Nothing you can do. The same day, Gowon announced that representatives of regional governors would meet shortly in Lagos to advise on immediate measures necessary to restore confidence and stability in the country. On the eve of that meeting, August 8, Gowon broadcast his first policy statement in which he abolished the unification decree and restored the federal system, although this was not formally decreed until September 1. Okay. Sorry. We all know who released Awolowo. It's not, what some drunkards are crying all about. It was Yakubu Gowon. Interesting. This man also repeated it here. The man, Ken Sarawiwa. Let me read that part to you. So they have moved back to the east. So he said it was about this time that Lieutenant Colonel Gowon set Chief Awolowo and Chief Enahoro free. Gowon himself received Chief Awolowo at the airport. We've played the video here before. He received Chief Awolowo at the airport and assured him that the nation would still need his services. The Yoruba people went berserk with joy. I say the Yoruba people advisedly. Opponents of Chief Awolowo there were no doubt, but the leadership of that camp had also been in prison since the January coup. General Gowon had also set them free, and with Chief Akintola out of the way, there was hope that the Yoruba would reunite under Awolowo, and that peace would therefore return to Western Nigeria at long last. The act of freeing Awolowo pleased the Yoruba immensely, although Ojukwu sent Awolowo a telegram of congratulations on his release from detention, affirming that the decision to release him was one of the last acts of the Ironsi regime. The Yorubas did not appear willing to believe him, and I don't care. More so as the Igbos had appeared to be courting the North, as witnessed the installation by Ojukwu of the Emir of Kano as Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Credit for the release of Awolowo went solidly to Gowon, and to forever be to Gowon. All right. There's some things I want us to get into. Maybe on Wednesday. We'll get into that and move to other things. The point here is that Ironsi had a chance, right? It was there for 6 months, January to July. But somebody came on the 1st of August and got things done in one day. There's a book that Awolowo wrote. I think it's right here. Adventures in Power, Book 1. My March Through Prison. The letter that he wrote to Ironsi is here. He didn't do anything. Let me see the date that he wrote that letter. I hope I can quickly find it. Interestingly, Ojukwu granted an interview in 2002 in Boston. You know what he said in that interview? He said he was the one that released Awo. But in telegram he sent to Awo, he's telling Awo that his release or his pardon was one of the last acts of Ironsi. Unstable as the waters. What did Jacob say to Reuben? You shall not excel. Well, he's dead now, so it doesn't really matter. But I meant Ojukwu is dead now. I can't find that letter, but it's somewhere in here. I'm trying to find the date. This one is the court case, but it's somewhere there. If we have time, we'll check it later. Anyway, it's been lovely having this session today. We're going to continue this series on Wednesday. I'd like to end it on Wednesday, to be honest. Is this book now? Oh, this one is a conversation before the release. All right, if you'd like to participate, please send your request. I'll bring you up, quickly speak, and then we'll call it a day. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'm going to find that letter. Since I'm looking for it, I must find it. 4 p.m. if we're time, West African time. We're going to be here tomorrow. By the way, if you're coming here for the first time, we have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Friday, 4 p.m. 4 if we're time, West African time. This is the image of Awo and Gowon at the airport. But people will lie. Liars must lie. They are made to lie. While people come up, I'll just search for that page and I'll read it to you once I find it. We have two people. Any other person, please just send your request now. So he said something I want to respond to because of time. So if you'd like to speak, please send your request now. Thank you. This is a picture when they came out. That's Awo and Gowon. Someone says, lying, he released Awo. Meanwhile, sent something different in Telegram. Yes. You know, I think maybe that was one of the reasons Awo said that he was irredeemable. Awo said that in 1983. Said Ojukwu was irredeemable. Anyway, let me bring these two people up. While you're speaking, I'm going to find that page. And I just need the date, that's all. But I'm going to make it quick. Imagine, it can't be so long because it's already past 8. Thank you. So we're going to have Mr. Remy Guy. You go first, then Perizon.
I go first. Good evening, Professor.
Change the
Okay.
All right, Mongboy.
Okay, good evening, Professor.
Evening, sir. Sir.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
I was on the platform this afternoon, and I've got several platforms. Everybody is now, especially my Yoruba people, you know, this like they are preaching this regionalism, and I ask myself, like, you want to you are preaching regionalism, but like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the northerners, the core northerners, and the Igbos like are not preaching this thing. So like, how do we want to achieve this regionalism? Like, I mean, I guess people just use it as a kind of escape route. Like, they don't provide solution. Like, how do we get to this regionalism they're saying, you know? And the next thing they say is, Baba is already doing regionalism by the back door. Like, you see, I don't understand. Like, probably you can help explain to the world, like, how we get this, especially the core north, to the table to come and accept regionalism. Thank you, sir.
You won't, sir. That's the simple answer. You won't. 1 second, I just remember something now. When people come up, I really like to put up their accounts in case anybody wants to support what we're doing. By the way, we're going to be giving gifts on Friday. But let me answer your question, sir. You're not. We will not get the North to sit down to have regionalism. That's the truth. That's the truth. It's not something that people will want to hear, to be honest. One of the things I think we need to normalize is building on what the previous generation has done. So here's the issue. We say we want regionalism. Number one, we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean? What's regionalism? For most people, regionalism is going back to what happened between 1960. That will never happen again. It cannot. Because even at the time, the people who actually championed federalism in Nigeria, by the way, regionalism is not federalism, right? It's just a form of federalism. It's not. Oh boy, this thing is going to be long. I'm distracted because I'm looking for a page. Let me pause on this for now so I can really answer the question. Regionalism is a form of federalism. It is not just the only type of federalism. And what we had in the 1950s and 60s was not even what the folks who pushed for federalism, what they were really asking for. When I say the folks, primarily AWO. What they were really asking for was ethno-linguistic states. It could be state, it could be region, it could be province, it could be whatever. The name doesn't really, the nomenclature doesn't really matter. It's just about the fact that you have a group of, the constituent unit of Nigeria is ethnicities. That's what they thought. That's what they wanted. Because and now the thing is this: how do you get the North to have that meeting? You can't, because they don't want it. So what do we have that we can work with, since we want regionalism so badly? And I think it's the best thing, by the way, but not region as in North, Western region, Eastern region. I don't think Western region. No, Eastern region is never going to happen, because nobody in South is going to go and enter region with certain Western region without certain groups will not be exactly what we're looking for. So here's what I've noticed. If you go to the meeting, to the conference that was held in 2014, the Northerners were there, the Easterners were there, the South were there, Southeast was there, Southwest was there, all of us were there. The question is that what did we discuss in that meeting? I spoke to some people that went to that meeting earlier this year, and what people are saying they want right now is what they also said they wanted. Did they get it? Yes and no. No, because it's not what it used to be. Yes, because they actually got it in a different form. In two ways. Number one is the development commissions. Now, people say it doesn't really matter. It does. The development commissions across Nigeria is like the seedbed for true federalism. That's one. Number two, they then came up with the idea of restructuring the country, but they kept saying that the constitutional unit would be the states. What I expect really is, I don't think it's time yet. When the time is right, I will talk about it. Is to push that the recommendations from that confab be implemented. Once they do it, we're going to have something that every region wants, but in the way that every region wants it. Sorry, we're going to have what every region wants, even if it's not the way that every region wants it. So that regional system, there's a back door to getting it, but it's not been discussed enough. But we'll see. We'll talk about it. But what I'll just say is this: if we're looking for region, if what we're looking for is Western region, Southern region, that is Western region, Eastern region, Kinikon, that's what the development commissions are supposed to be doing. That's their purpose, actually. If region is based on geopolitical zones, that's the work of the development commissions. And even that development commission that we have right now, that structure, is actually something straight out of that 2014 confab report. So if you're looking for regional structures of, okay, everybody's having development, we already have that in the development commissions across Nigeria. All the regions have it, including South, Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, North Central. All the 6 have development commissions. They'll be receiving allocation from the federal government. The next thing will now be that, how do you now have a situation where what people are really looking for is the fact that we are here in our region and we're able to do what we want to do? That process is a long conversation, but it's also in that I've had the conversation here before. What it will cost, we need more understanding of this thing than to say we want regional system. If you really want region based on geopolitical zone, you have it already in the development commissions. But that's not really what we want, to be honest. It's just like a for instance, somebody from outside the region must be part of the executive of that development commission. I was like, why Nigerian unity? That unity thing that we push sometimes doesn't even make sense. I'm not sure we even understand what it is. We're always shouting unity don't need to more. Why on earth would I, as a Yoruba person, want to be on a board of what's happening in the Eastern region? Why? Is there space? But they must put somebody from here there and put someone from there here so that we can feel like we're all one Nigeria. It doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, I don't know if I answered your question. I know it's a very long kidney, but summary number one, it will happen in 2 ways. The first way is by having development commissions across all regions in Nigeria, which we now have. Although but we have them already. And the beautiful thing for Yoruba people is that while others will begin to work on creating a roadmap for their regions, we don't have to do that. Why? Because Dawn Commissioner has a 12-year head start. Before any region in Nigeria had a development commission, we created one for ourselves. Developmental agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission. We had one. They've been coming up with policies and roadmaps, and they've been doing that since 2013. So Southwest Development Commission will simply just plug into what they've done, and hopefully that will help, hasten things and make us move at a very rapid pace. So we have that one. The other one, that one is long story, and that one you have to have the legislature to work with, but it's not impossible. The 1999 constitution will still hold sway. They are amending the constitution. That constitution, I think they should just throw it away alone. But I think if they amend it properly, it will still work. But I don't even know, Jare. I don't know, to be honest. You know, you read that constitution, there's a lot of contradictions in it. But it's what we have. But if I really think about it, what do we really need changed in that constitution? What do we really need changed? If you really want to change anything, let me summarize by saying this. This is the summary. If you put that constitution on one hand and you put the 2014 confab report on the other hand, that confab report can help make this constitution better. Why? Because that confab report is a product of deliberations amongst all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. It may not be perfect, but it is something. It's actually better concept than the constitution, because this one did not really consult people like that. Although it consulted people, but not like that. This one at least had representatives of the people meeting in Abuja and then coming up with something. So I think that report, even if it can help the constitution get better. Someone says exclusive and concurrent lists, but they can do that one they can do that in the constitutional amendments. If it's to move things from exclusive and to concurrent or whatever, only amend the lie, change the papata. What me I really want, I want devolution of powers, I want resource control, I want state police, and I want merger of states. That statement I made right now, merger, that's what's going to get Yoruba people what Yoruba people want. And that's what every ethnicity in Nigeria agreed upon in 2014, merger of states. I think I'm already explaining. They talked about merging states. It's called the merger and demerger of states. The way to have region that you want is to merge states. And the reason why that is important is that those who don't want to have regions can still be there as states. And that provision is in the document I mentioned. And someone says it's not being considered. And now it's not. Okay. What was the first thing that was considered in the old document? It was anthem. It was the anthem. That was the only. I mean, for me, what even got me interested in the document was the anthem and the interview granted by Barrister Zekome, when he said that anthem was a recommendation they had made at the confab. I was like, okay. So I saw the anthem, then I saw the Development Commission, and these things are happening. There are other things there. One of those things is merger of states. And we have already tested it in Southwest with Amotekun. That process has been tested in Yoruba land. So it's not impossible. It's just something that, we educate ourselves on and then we push together. It's something I'm actually very, very passionate about. See, Amotekun that can only carry Shakabula. Well, without that, do you know what would have happened in Yoruba land? We count our blessings. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect system. We want it better. Now they are clamoring for them to be armed. What if they say, oh, if you're not going to arm them, we don't want to have Amotekun? What would have happened? Is it police that will be guarding Yoruba land? We have to count our blessings. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. And the point is not even about Amotekun for me. So one of the things I've learned about policy and about life generally is that say you come up with a solution for something, in that solution could actually be the seed to the solution for something even grander, something even bigger. So for instance, they had to do houses of assembly in different states had to, what's the word now? Work on that bill that gave us Amotekun, then it went all the way to the federal parliament. It's the same thing with the merger. It has to be from state to state. There's creation of states there as well. There's merger of states and the merger of states. All those things are things that, if people are really serious, are things that they should push. But you don't start by saying, let us merge states. No. It's a conversation that I don't even know if I want to have in public. That's why I'm going back and forth. It's a bit tricky. It's a conversation I've had with some very... And I think that it's what we have to have, but I don't know if people are ready for it. That's why every time people ask me questions about it, I'm always going around and around. Even right now, I'm still going around. But I think it's because you know what? It's like, imagine they talked about anthem before they did it. Most Nigerians are naive. They think they know what they want, but they don't really know what they want, including the educated ones. Most of us are very naive. This major something I don't think I want to go into the details live, like here. Maybe at some point I will. But if you talk about SADC in public before it happened, people just spend all their life just arguing and saying it doesn't work. And the funny thing about Nigerians is that people want to flex that they went to school by antagonizing everything, even if it's going to save their lives. They must be contrarian. I've seen it in there was one good news I did not share earlier today. One fantastic news. Dangote started a new, this has never happened before in Africa. I don't know if you've seen it. Let me see if I can find it. Don't worry, it's actually good news. And I'm going somewhere only converse with my news here. Dangote came up with this ingenious idea where, say for instance, say you're driving, right, and then for whatever reason you exhaust your fuel or something, you can call and then they will deliver. 1 second, I want to make a point, but it's actually based on that stuff. Okay, 1 second. Please take a listen to this and I'll say what I want to say. They've debunked it. If they've debunked it, then that whoever came up with this idea is a brilliant idea, by the way, as long as they have consent pay. What's that thing called? Extinguisher. If he has debunked it, I thought it was a good idea, to be honest. I still think it's a fantastic idea, regardless. It's a great idea, especially for those who are traveling long distances. But the point I'm trying to make is this. When this video came out, people went in the comment section. Just about everybody was talking about, this is nice, so what about safety? This is nice, so what about safety? And all of a sudden I was like, when all of you were going to filling station to buy fuel, we're putting jerry cans in our cars, and people were carrying fuel all across the place and black market. I hear all the English of other potential. What happened in that period? Nobody's going to do this kind of business and not have plans for safety, right? Because it shouldn't even make sense if they don't do that. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think when it comes to policy in Nigeria, people don't really care about understanding it. You see, with the tax, whatever, people just want to go against it. And thank you, UMT on YouTube. But I think it's a good idea. There's hazard, maybe not with keke, maybe not those small trucks. Because we do it with diesel now. Do we not? People bring diesel to houses, and people do it for diesel now, and they'll come and drop it in your house and fill your tank. So maybe, I don't know, it doesn't have to be motorcycle, it could be anything else. It could be small trucks. People do it with trucks. Is it just me? Have you seen it before? Because I've experienced this before, though. People do it with trucks. They'll bring mostly was diesel. They'll bring diesel they drop it. I've seen that happen before, but I don't know. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is not even about Dangote. It's used what happened under Dangote's tweet. People under that comment section, who was like, "Oh, this can you and so conversations like that become a bit difficult to have in public. But yeah, I hope I answered the question. I don't know if I even answered the question, but I've been speaking. Anyway, the reason is because the topic is a bit. Amaso. They do Kero before. I know about diesel. Kerosene is very big tanks, yeah. Because we used to have tankers. Kerosene was one big business back in the day. Anyway, I hope I answered that question. If I didn't answer, please find the answer in there. We need to restructure Nigeria, and I would my primary concern when people talk about restructuring is just to explain that restructuring doesn't have to be based on geography. That's the primary. Should I say explanation I'd like to offer? Like it's not just about, because one of the things that we're doing is that in the Bible there was a situation where I think it was in Ezra. People had arrived from exile to build the temple, and so when they built the temple, everybody started shouting and yelling, and they were excited. But the Bible says that the older men were not as excited. Why? Because although they see this temple, in their minds it wasn't as grand as the temple that was destroyed. But for the younger ones, they've never seen any temple. There's nothing to compare it with. So the fact that they have something, they're cheering about it. The point I'm trying to make is that if you want to build a temple of structure, rather than anything but what we have right now, that's a very good idea. Is to ask the elders, what you had back then, what do you really want to have? So that's what you are building towards. Someone says, but the core north is not saying leave it the way it is. The core north is saying leave it the way it is. No. The core north is not saying leave it the way it is. Though. They just don't want region. And it's not even about the core north. You think the middle belt will want to be in the northern region? Of course not. Let's bring one more person up. Please, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time, we're going to have, we're going to have a session together, and then on Wednesday, we're going to continue the one we're doing right now. Hopefully, by Monday, we'll start a new series. But this will almost, I'm tempted to go into how this thing led to the war, but I'll stop. Then we'll come back to it later. How this whole thing led to the Biafran war. We'll do all that later. If somebody wants to come up, just that one person. But if you want to register for the game show, we're going to do one on Friday. Please check out Radio Me Republic on YouTube. No. Please mute. Please, when you come up, please mute. Please check out Radio Me Republic on YouTube for the first episode of the game show. It's quite nice. We're putting some things out. If you want to participate, please check out Linktree/Radio Me Republic. If you want to support, please use the bank details. The first one came out. So we give gifts, we create the video, and we also advertise. That's what we're putting money in at the moment. So please support us. Thank you very much. All right, President has received a call. I think we're going to have to call it a day. We're going to have to call it a day. Okay. Any other person? Okay, let me read from YouTube and Facebook as well. We should be reading, but let me start with Facebook today. When people say the core note is saying, what is the core note actually saying? Is the core note saying something, or people are saying the core note is saying? Remy guy, say core note low sobe ni about when you core note so people are assuming core note is saying something.
people are not assuming, like you can even see, like they say, like don't change it. It's the way it is. Like leave it the way it is. Like they've never come out to support anything.
But they were part of that meeting in 2014, and they agreed to it, and they've not said anything against that thing since. Like, okay, is there a document?
Sir, nobody's admitting implementing anything out of that 2024, whatever you are saying. Nobody's admitting implementing anything out of
people are, no, wait, hold on. So these are the issues. People actually admitted that the Development Commission is from that document.
Okay. I did not hear that. So
SWDC, SCDC, all the every single one.
Back door. Why are we doing it through the back door? Like, why can't they say, okay, we are implementing this 2024 document, or this what's it called? Let the world know, like that's what we are. Then we take one step at the other, one point after the other, But not always. You see, what me I feel is like only dodging boju to kind of not agitate or to offend, a particular section of the country.
So let me ask you, why if you use that same thing, can we say that Biafra can also secede? Like, why not just say that? Why not let him just secede instead of going through?
They should go through the normal thing and just go and apply. What we are saying is they shouldn't do it through violence or whatever. Let them go talk to their senators and everything.
And that's what this is. That's what this is as well. Now, let me tell you.
Yeah. The thing is, when we are praising Baba doing all these things and all these things and everything, so after 8 years, after he's gone, what will happen? We revert back to it just takes another person to turn all these things, all these achievements. You see, so for me, it's scary, number one, and number two, it's not based on solid fundamental laws. And the first thing we have to do is this Constitution of 1999.
Wait, Mr. Remiga, there is SCDC as a law. It's based on a law. It's not just something that was done based on the whims and caprices of the president. There is a law that established all the development commissions in Nigeria. There's a law backing them.
Powers are limited. Now what they can do is limited. For me, you see, this thing, we are just, the next 50 years we will still be here as well. If we cannot dispose of this 1999 constitution, and let's make a constitution of the people. And if we cannot do that, then let everybody go and suckle on their mother's breast. Let everybody go. Because this thing, for me, we are doing boju using the back door to implement one or two things.
So hold on. Sorry, Enisuru, this back door thing you are saying that is a bad thing. So Enisuru, Sherry, you want something. So let's say that you and I were in the same group. You want something, I don't want that thing. Right? Yes, sir. If it's something that just for your region alone, that's different. You want to change the structure of Nigeria that will affect some small groups or big groups and different things. What would have you have to have compromises. So when people say back door, I've used that word before. It's not that it is illegitimate or illegal or something. It's that it's something that will factor in. You have to factor in what the other group also wants. So for instance, in that document I was mentioning, maybe more than 10 times, they kept referring to the federating unit will be the state. The federating unit will be the state. They kept saying it again and again. For me, so the point is, I think, is because those people know, some people just don't want to go outside the state. Some people require that state to survive for whatever reason. Now, if that's what they want, then leave it. But for those of you that want to have to come together, then they give you a clause that you can use and build whatever you want to build. That way you are not mandating them to do what you are doing, and they're not stopping you from doing what you also want to do. You have to give and take. I think that's what's happening. But for now, at least all of us have a development commission, and you can't just come tomorrow and, okay, we have Niger Delta Development Commission, regardless of whether they are performing or not, that's not even the question. So let's say, do you think that any president can just come and say there's no NDDC again?
Yes, sir. I sincerely do, sir.
It's not possible now. It's not a ministry. It's not a ministry.
Professor Emma, like the constitution, like with the president of Nigeria, it's like the powers the president of Nigeria has, like after one of the United States, like they can do and undo. And you see, we are in a country of multiple nations, you know, and everybody that comes there like looks out for at least like, those ones not blatantly like openly for
so why would the president cancel development commissions across Nigeria?
When people when he has the people like tell him like he's not working for us. When the people like can imagine like the Sultan of
No. Actually, that is how politicians act the way you are saying now. Like it's not working for us, let's remove it. That's not how they do it though. If it's not working for them, they create another one that will work for them new.
Okay, exactly. Okay, I probably did not put it right. Yes, exactly.
But the point, what I'm trying to say is that these things are not just creations of the presidency. There are laws backing these things, right, by the legislature. Like it's a law. There's a law.
You repealed Ghana. You see, Professor, you believe in Nigeria so much, and it's not that you want Nigeria to succeed, and but me, let's this constitution first. Let the people sit down and let us sit. But
is that not what they are doing right now? Constitution amendments.
They're doing constitution. They are doing it amongst themselves. Did they call you?
But they had public hearing now.
2024. 2000.
They had this year, a couple of months ago. There was public hearing in different parts of Nigeria on different aspects of the bills of the constitution. Hold on, I didn't go get the Nigeria.
No, Professor, I believe in Nigeria and but me, with the way things are going there.
See, if you're going to change the constitution, right? How much first reading? Why is second reading? Abi?
Yes.
One lossy committee, ni committee, committee, public hearing. Public hearing here. Launch a lorry indigenous status bill that was rejected. All of us rejected. That's why that thing is not going to third reading. That's the reason that thing is dead. There are other things. Yes. Talk about the third reading. The question is that she won't pass the bill to make sense from what. That's the issue. But if we want to public hearing now, I want your lobby.
Okay, we go, Professor. Yoruba land. That's just the only solution as far as I'm concerned.
Yoruba land as we call Nigeria.
That's exactly where I'm going to.
So
that's it. You know, why don't you
not say my say?
Referendum. Let's ask everybody, do we want to continue as one?
So referendum here. Taluma allow to say referendum here.
One now. So Igbo now.
Any suru referendum then so is for secession, abi?
Yes.
Because referendum then so is for secession.
Yes, sir.
Because secession, you know, constitution Nigeria.
That's the another thing. Thomas is not today. It's not today. Then they put it today now.
So it's more. So Kosi secession. I mean, the first line in constitution Nigeria talks about the indissolubility of the federation.
Yeah, but when they put it there now, they put it there and it can be
exactly. So for it to be removed, what would that require? It will require people in the National Assembly to include secession clause. So, so the question will now be that how can we get them to include that clause in the constitution? Since they are doing amendments at the moment.
Now, by popular demand now.
Okay. So maybe we'll create a pressure group that will push for that. Because this is what I tell people from the Southeast as well. There is no provision for that in Nigeria's constitution. So for them to even tell you to have referendum to secede is breaking the law.
Well, I do.
So they have to at least include it.
Yeah, I understand you, sir, but like the thing is, like, you know, these things are not going quick enough, and like I just believe like one particular section of the country is being pampered, and everything. That's why we have all these wahala going up there, like, you know, it's all these they're Christian and taking land and doing all these things, you know, because some people just believe like they are untouchable and the country belongs to them, and they can, like, you know, just cause wahala on a never-ending wahala for the rest of us, you know. But with monies that we are supposed to use in like pursuing science, commerce, investment, and everything, we are using it to buy Tucano jets there, doing this and that, and using it to pamper militants, and this wahala is getting too much, yo.
This is where
I understand you, but try to understand me as well, because me,
I understand you.
I'm not seeing any progress in all these things like we've been since 1960s or 40s, you know. And we are not moving anywhere.
I see. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I understand your frustration, to be honest. I get it. But I see it's crazy, sir. I think differently.
I understand that.
No, hold on, please. Hold on, please mute. Thank you, sir. So I see differently, and perhaps the reason is maybe it's Ashiwaju. Maybe it's also the kind of things that the legislature, what they are doing. Maybe that's why. Maybe but I'm definitely not doing this blindly. I'm doing it based on, like, you can see what's happening, and it doesn't look like it, I know, but it looks to me like some of the laws they are passing. We have stupid laws as well, like the indigenous settlers bill. That's why we're against it. But the point is that we also should be involved. They do public hearing, right, on bills. I don't think Nigerians really care about that. What we need somebody that can. What you need a representative that can confidently push for a secession clause in the Constitution. If you have that, then yeah. Let's have the gentleman who just came up. Who will be our final speaker for today? Mr. Moele, good evening. I can't hear you. Let me read from YouTube. Someone says, if you don't be... okay. Okay, Tabasheton, I'll read. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, Tabasheton.
Okay. I just want to speak to the Development Commission. It's a good move, but the problem we have is the regional sentiment, like people have said, and I'll give you a very good instance. Now, most of the time, what happens is when a region doesn't want something, now, like you said, we think progressively, especially Yorubas. We think of, that is why they call the, Egbemo Dudu Afenifere, that they want goodwill for everybody. But there are some tribal sentiments that believe either in domination, believe in one thing or the other, and you can see the trace of it already. There are some core leaders that believe that bandits are our brothers. Anybody that killed them, they are killing our brothers there. So you can see that no matter progressive mind you have, these people still have a progressive mind. So when somebody comes up and is doing commission and all of, they will keep quiet. There's a way they can kill this thing. You have said something that is good, which is a product of law. Yeah, we have a lot of other organizations in Nigeria today that's a product of law. So when a government comes in power, which is not the government that that have that vision, all they need to do is to just stifle in of funds. Should all you need is fund to develop your area. So if eventually they pass budgets, instead of so amount of money, the money is not there. The person that is in charge of that commission will just be there doing nothing. And we have a lot in the past. We have MAMSA, we have this Jerry Ghana, I've forgotten the name now, this that is geared towards sensitizing people. NOAA National Orientation Agency. At a particular time, they stifled them of funds. In those days, when they were working well, when there was fund for them, every local government knows what the state governments are doing. They are aware there is this, grassroots mobilization. They make that, but along the line, they just feel like we don't really need it. And before you know it, they stifle them of money. Recently, they were trying to this next fund that give money to university to develop. At a particular time, they want to stifle them of money, if not for the fact that people rise against it and say, no, leave this thing alone. So, and unfortunately for us as progressive, what Yorubas, our kind of politics is such that I think we are the most sophisticated because we don't put our egg in the same basket. We have our ideology. So some people, they will still want to tag along politically so that they can claim political relevance and be urging on the government that the government is doing the right thing. The most important thing for me is, though they do it by creation of law, there should be a system in place that the money that will go to development commission, I don't know if they are not going to pass it through budget. I'm just trying to see so that the executive that comes in will not just.
So the better way. The better way to have this conversation. The better way to have this conversation is to sit down and bring the bill or the law and now discuss it. You know why? Some of the things that we're discussing may actually be there already. So we now read it and say, okay, but there is no way that is going to be outside the federal government's budget. It's not possible because they are all answerable to the federal government. So the money will come from federal government. But we'll have these conversations maybe deeper much later. But it's almost 9 o'clock, so I have to quickly read some of the comments and then we'll call it a day. But we'll have a deeper conversation on this. Eshiongon, thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir. So from Facebook. Oh, good to see you, my brother. He says, what frustrates me is that none of these people will ever call him out, not even the one you labeled as a saint. They are all the same people. Oh, he's talking about the ones who are shouting that they are from America and they created London. Mr. Bayo Ishola says, our letter was on 26th March 66. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was looking for that date. Thank you very much, Mr. Bayo Ishola. So, Papa got in prison in 63. Ironsi got in power January 16. I wrote to him March 26. He didn't do anything until they had to be, pushed out on July 29, sadly. And then I'll say it's the last thing he did. That one is just an afterthought. But maybe he did it, but we don't care because he didn't do it as a go. All right. Yomi says, I'm sure Busui knows the next government can make the development dead. No, they can't. See, Nigeria is bad, but it's not that bad. You really think if people want to destroy Kidney, they will not have destroyed NDDC since who gave us NDDC? Was it not Yaradua? We didn't have anything called NDDC before. You really think people were like, oh, this money going to these guys is too much, we should do something about it. They could have done it. It's what's the word now? I don't even know the right word. It's a statutory body. It's something established by law. That's what I'm looking for. It's established by law. You have to repeal that law. The question is that who will now watch you repeal it? And how easy is it to do? I know things are bad, but it's not that bad now. Anyway, let me read from YouTube. Don't worry, maybe I'm very optimistic. Yoruba ethnic proponent says, did you see the tweet about Richard Akinjide as Minister of Education under Balewa? They claim it was nepotism, but they never mentioned Ajan Wachuku. I haven't seen the tweet, but I'd love to see it. Mr. Remy, I am. We peddle hope because hopelessness is not a good alternative. If you say there's nothing that will work in this country, the next thing by say, ODESN, yeah, we have to find a way to see possibilities, and also that empowers us. Like, I mean, there are things going on. To be honest, there are things going on, and it's better to say, oh, there are possibilities. We can do this. We can do that, and say, there's nothing to do. Before you know it, everybody's carrying gun. We don't want to have that in Yoruba land. Someone says, did you see the... Okay, I've read that. Every single Igbo commanding officer outside the east fled to a single one boat up a flight, not one. Only Ogundipe gathered a few non-infantry soldiers to fight, but they were ambushed. Yes, sir. God has blessed Yoruba land since days of Ojukwu. Ojukwu couldn't work with Usain Bolt. He would leave Bolt far behind. Okay, in case you understand why I'm laughing. So Ojukwu had... When the coup started, when the counter coup started and people started killing, officers, like not officers started killing southern officers, it was first, it was in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, and in Ikeja. It had not even happened in Enugu, and it did not happen in Enugu because of Ogunewe. Ogunewe was able to quickly, quell the whole thing. But while that was happening, Ojukwu had ran from his official residence to the police headquarters, and then he ran 67 miles out of that place to Onitsha. While he was there, he was now calling Ogundipe that he should stand firm, and Eastern John was behind him. So that's why I said he should be because he's always running away. He should have been working with Usain Bolt. So Kubu is saying here that Ojukwu could not work with Usain Bolt. He would leave Usain Bolt far behind at the first sign of real danger. You're right. Mrs. Amodu Bello and Mr. Demule will get leave at Pass Ojukwu. I agree. UMT says, you mentioned the North will not agree. Please explain why. I didn't say they will not agree. So I don't like preempting people unless, of course, there's antecedent. So I should play one of the Igbo origin clip. You're a bad person. So I'm saying that from the conversations they've had before, they don't want that, but they want something else. So why not just work with what they want? And you can't say, oh, why must you go by what they want? Why must they go by what you want? There has to be compromises. They don't want this, I want this. I don't want this, they want this. So how do we meet in the middle? I think that's what all those conferences were about, to be honest. And that's why I like the document. And it's not just that document, there are others as well. But the reason I'm talking about that one specifically is because a lot of what they are pushing, that the presidency is also in on, are things, maybe not exactly the same way. Like local government also was similar, but not what it became. But all those things, what they suggested in the meeting here. But we'll have another session on that later. Please include the Igbo origin clip in one of the shorts. Oh yes, I will do that. The Almighty's Own on YouTube says, if you don't believe in your country because of bad leaders, why don't you, the citizens of the country, unify and stand up against the government? What deal? Dabi Mosheda, what day? Unify and stand against the government. What day? Don't believe that there's nothing to unify and stand against the government. Don't worry. We don't. Not today. The only way they know is let's riot, let's protest. Do people understand the way this protest thing works? There's a method to it. So people will shout and shout to be hijacked by some people, or if not, you still have to get somebody, most likely someone in the establishment or someone close to the corridors of power, to now help you recreate or to rebuild after you have burnt down what you had before. And that's all over again. The only thing you have done is that you have shown that we're not only sorrow. I'm still looking for a revolution that actually gave the country a better thing in the last 20 years. Make it 50. Remember when, what was that thing, the Arab Spring? People were celebrating. You would expect that Dubai would have been built right now in North Africa. See, there are some things that is good if you're a young person, we're all young, but young is relative. If you're in high school, you're in uni, and you have, that energy, and you're always saying, we don't go grill, but at a particular point, all these things that you guys always write in comment section, it's the easiest thing to do. To carry stick and shout and burn things up. Burn things down. That's the easiest thing to do. I don't see anybody that builds anything that thinks that way, to be honest. And that's why I don't know, please let me know, of any country that has suddenly become celebrated because they had a protest. Give me anyone that's happened in the last 20 years or 30 years. It takes structure, and structure is boring, and it is tedious, and it is... Where's the way? The other one, is not going to be discussed here. Enter Makuba Lemba. I enter this already. Koloro Combe. I'll go platform lodges or Romadaro. Don't worry, it is well. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I have to run. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if your time was African time. We'll be listening to a recording. Fantastic stuff we're going to have together tomorrow. We have some really lovely stuff. There's something from last week or from 2 weeks ago, very cool stuff. You know the way this thing works, when you listen to it, it's as if you're listening to it afresh, because I'm at the editor. So you're going to have a great time tomorrow. So 4 p.m. if your time was African time, let's have a great session together. Wednesday, we're going to try and finish this session. Thursday, we're going to have a great session as well. Friday, we're having a recording for me. If you have registered, please check your TikTok DMs. You're going to get your date. I think that's also important. You're going to get your date, so that we'll let you know when you're going to be contesting, and then you'll be able to prepare. All you have to do is have a TikTok account that can allow you to show your face, or use maybe a friend's TikTok, and then we can have the session together. Thank you very much for making today a success. Everybody who has liked, tapped, shared, whether on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter, retweeting, here on YouTube as well, on Twitch. I noticed our numbers went up on Twitch just a little bit. Thank you for coming. All right, so let's keep doing this, right? Thank you very much for your support. Every gift, I saw some gifts earlier. Thank you very much for your generosity. And if you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details. Also, I mean, we have a lot of things we're working on, but we're doing it there. Let's do this on the game show. Please support what we're doing. Use the bank details on the screen. Thank you very much for being part of this session. We're going to call it a day now, but before we do so, we're going to have to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. If you asked me a question and I didn't answer like straight up, it's because there are some things that are better discussed in camera. But thank you. All right, so let's have the anthem, the Nigerian anthem, and then we'll have the Yoruba anthem, and that'll be all for today. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for your consistency. And those who came up as well, let me thank Mr. Remy Guy and the other gentleman, Aida Zokale. Your name starts with an A. If I see you now, I'll know you. But thank you. Thank you very much for being part of the session. All right, let's listen to our anthem, starting with Nigerian anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle,
Mutigba. Thank you very much, Private Jason. Thank you. I was praying. Monioni alogo adulawo. Molewo ni wokun. Molewo ni wokun lágbára Ọlọ́run. Oyinbo ni bàjẹ́. Nigeria no ni bàjẹ́. Mo ta bada wole amayori sere. Bo kuje tó wà Nigeria. Ọlọ́run á fún àwọn aṣíwájú wa ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àtòyè láti mọ̀ nǹkan tó máa ṣe ń pẹ́. Àwa náà a máa rí tiwa ṣe o. A máa rí ṣe o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run. And I pray that, we have all these conversations, but I really think it's more than just having conversations online, to be honest. I think we're preparing ourselves, and we're also speaking to people who are there. The two things are happening at the same time. And I'm looking forward to changes and to progress in our nation, in our country, Nigeria, and our nation, Yoruba land. God bless you, everyone. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I will see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. It's shorter session tomorrow, by the way. So 4 p.m. if your time is African time. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Please check out our channels. On my way to see the video show was hilarious. I watched over the that's the quiz on Radio Me Republic. Please check out the Radio Me Republic channel and have a great time like Kai's event did. Please check it out and also help us share it. We want to bring up the subscribers as fast as possible and also put out more content on that platform. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Odaro, God bless you.